Good afternoon, buddy. Sure you are. Grinning face with smiling eyes. Hello favorite Twitch, your biggest #1 fan is here. More like #1 Glazer, kidding. I'm ready for memes and Squid Gamers. Zedden. Yes. Did T-1000 talk in Terminator? Robert Patrick, I mean. He not talk. The actor who played T-1000 don't speak talk in the movie. Flawless victory. He was a mute. Yes. What the?
Good afternoon. How are we this fine Saturday afternoon? Boo. Oh yeah, I can't wait till
all well as ever.
Oh, that's good. I can't wait till I can get a better webcam, better quality one, so that my head can stop jittering.
It's time for memes.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello. Got us a good crowd here. Good full crowd.
Hello favorite Twitch streamer, it me your biggest fan.
Yes, hello. Whew.
Indeed.
I'm very tired of this model looking like it has Parkinson's.
I need to wake the heck up.
Oh.
So do I.
Ugh. Give me just a sec here and I'll get us started. I was kind of in the middle of something. And then I realized, oh shit, it's like 11:57. I need to get things started. Alrighty. Alright, you
Overplaying
guys.
Mafia made me lose sleep.
Oh lord. Yeah, weren't you up like super late? I fell asleep watching your stream because you were up so late. Okie dokie.
I crashed out after 2 hours of playing.
Alright, y'all ready for this? Anyone else's schools ever, like, whenever they'd have some kind of assembly
Oh lord.
in the auditorium?
I'm all ready.
Whenever they'd have some kind of assembly or presentation or whatever in the auditorium, and they wanted to hype the kids up.
A pep rally?
Yeah, or something like that. Yeah. They'd try to hype the kids up or whatever, and they'd always play that song, even, like, years after it was cool. It's like, why do they still think this song is cool? Anyways. Put a pause on that.
If she was evil, what would you do? They were pep rallies before the high school football season at our school.
And we kick things off by watching the new Odd Giant AF video that I was saving for Saturday. I mean, isn't there already, like, the Order of Darkness versions of the characters that are basically the bad guys? So, yeah. He's just kind of like a sexy...
giant.
He's just kind of like a... Order of Darkness Kenshi is just like if he was the sexy... ruthless badass Yakuza Oyaban. That's basically what the Order of Darkness Kenshi is.
Okay, asshole. I thought it was established I was hosting the Valentine's Day party.
Look, I honestly didn't know. But come on, a Valentine's pool party. That sounds sick.
Yeah!
This is exactly why we have the group chat.
Party hardy. You do have a point there of the Order of Darkness.
Ooh, whoa, what are they arguing? What are they saying?
That sounds sick.
This is exactly why we have the group chat.
I keep telling you guys to add me back in.
Why did you even leave it?
Because I got a new number. I already told you this, Sub-Zero.
Yeah, get with the program.
I'm not doing this.
Lou told Seindel he can have a party.
Yeah. Oh shit.
You better have a damn good reason for
You mean
interrupting
Tundra?
my bath.
Johnny Cage is planning his own Valentine's Day party, even though he
Ayo.
New Liu Kang
Knows
skin.
I'm the one that's been chosen to plan it.
What, is it sacrilegious to plan 2 parties on the same day now?
Sindel, remember when I told you that I was getting fed up with parties? And that this burden is
Probably
now yours
next
to bear?
season.
Yes?
That means I'm not getting involved in stupid shit
It's a
like
mod.
this. You two are grown fucking adults. Act like it and solve your own petty problems.
He kinda bad
Damn.
Matilda.
Oh, yeah. Oh my god. I'm tired of you mortals and your petty bullshit. Handle it yourselves for once.
I'm not canceling my party.
Well, I'm not canceling mine either.
Fine then. I'll just have to throw a more lavish party than you.
No one can out-party Johnny Cage.
Hell yeah.
I'd love to see you try.
Oh, it's on, bitch.
Ooh.
I need your help, Raiden. Shao.
I'm sorry, I'm going to Johnny's party. Not only because I love Johnny, but
Until
also,
Ghostface came.
but also because, hey, a pool party sounds awesome. And I'm
His
a
parties usually go well.
and I'm a mermaid. Why wouldn't I want to go to a pool party, you know?
Spraying some form of toxic mist throughout Outworld.
Toxic mist?
Uh-oh.
Where the heck did he get toxic mist?
According to my analysis, it appears to be some sort of Earth Realm deodorizing spray.
I love a Johnny Cage party.
It's the Axe body spray.
Oh, he's spraying Outworld with deodorant?
Raiden, when I tell you that we aired the palace out for 2 days and the smell still lingers.
Oh my
I have to deal with
god.
another migraine from that shit. I'm
Shang
declaring
Tsung's
war.
cameo.
Hey, boss. That's a pretty cool outfit you got there.
Cobra, I don't want to hear one fucking word out of you.
Oh! Wait.
I was robbed! You were robbed? Yes!
Whoa! I love that! I love the little skeleton. Oh, that is badass.
He literally took the clothes off my back.
It's a great skin.
Sweet karma, if you ask me. Wait, who the hell are you?
Hey, that's the jackass who stole my clothes!
That's an actual palette. I like it. LOL.
Does it smell like a high school boys' locker room in here?
Why does it smell like a high school boy locker room?
Thanks, Shao. He's been
Harvick
polluting
has
our air
ghost
with that
fist.
filth in a can for days.
Filth in a can.
Anyways, I'm sure you know about the party fiasco that took place in the group chat. I was wondering if maybe you knew a way to sneak me into Johnny's party.
You're trying to bail on your mom's party?
Peacemaker, her parties suck.
Well, shit. I'll think of something.
I see.
I like that Melina and Peacemaker have kind of become friends now. It's kind of cute, actually.
You've stopped using your spray tan treatments.
Indeed. They wanted $60 a bottle. I
Oh,
mean, are
damn.
you fucking serious?
It's nice to see them chill.
Plus, since I'm
Yeah.
dedicating my time to milk now, the white skin's kinda relevant. Way to find optimism in the fact we're poor. Oh, shut up, Hanzo.
Oh,
I hear
shut
lighting
up,
yourself on
Hanzo.
fire can give you a nice tan.
By Argus, that was edgy, even for you.
Cut me some slack. I've been dealing with nothing but bullshit since 8 in the morning.
Good. I got to you before Johnny. I'm throwing a lavish party, and I think you have what it takes to cater it.
Shing's sorcery soda doesn't really cater, but I suppose I can make an exception. Reach out to my business email and we can negotiate pricing.
Johnny has no idea what he's up against.
Thank God I got to you before Sindel. I'm throwing a rockin' pool party and need a rockin' DJ to play for it.
You want me to wait? A pool party? Will Kenji be there? I'll do it! You can pay me whatever you want, and I can bring free chaos crystals!
All right, you little weirdo. You got yourself
You little weirdo.
Melina, you jackass. You found a way to get out of Mother's party, and you didn't involve me.
You want out too? I can make a call to Peacemaker.
Wait, you found a way to skip the party?
Yeah, you want in?
Of course.
I love the Chaos Realm music. Metal
Yes.
is back.
Sizoth, she's the reason why I hate my birthday.
Damn, everybody hates Sindel's parties. Wow. I'm starting to kind of feel bad for her. What the hell? Is this supposed to be Cassie?
Can I say it? Just once?
Only if you wish to suffer.
Wasn't that her, one of her intro things from, I think it was 11. Get over here!
Get over here!
Yeah, one of her costumes in MKX.
You were warned.
You'd think living for centuries would give her awesome partying skills.
Right? And her being a royal, you'd think they'd know how to throw a lavish party, you know?
Oh, Liu Kang's teaching me how to be a keeper of time. Something about responsibility or
Oh boy, this ending face with tears of joy.
Looks like you killed someone.
Yeah, she made fun of me, so I burnt her to a crisp.
Totally get that. Don't worry, my friend. I'll make it like it never even happened.
You see the baby! Uh-oh.
God damn it. Too far.
That's funny. Oh, god damn it. I went back too far.
So, what do you do now?
The only thing I can do, Scorpion, destroy the evidence.
Homelander, no! Oh my god.
LMAO.
Oh Jesus, what an ending! Holy shit!
FTTT, that's your boy Homelander.
Oh my god. I was gonna say somebody called Johnny to, you know,
now that's a
comfort
certified Homelander moment.
Yeah, it really is. I was gonna say somebody called Johnny to come comfort his comfort his otherworld babby. But knowing Homelander, yeah, that's about what we would expect. I'm not sure how I feel about Homelander being a keeper of time. He's gonna cover so much bullshit.
Well, it's too late for Johnny.
Yeah. Alright. Oh, man. Odd Giant always be, putting out the good shit. Alright. So as you can see, I've found some new videos for watch later. So let's get it started, eh? Y'all ready for some watch later clearing out?
I sent Bound Earth. Let's do it.
You sent what?
Alright, what's up guys? Single player Nacho
Bound
here.
Earth.
We've seen our fair share of weird things on this channel, from stuff like this.
You mean Earthbound?
I'm sorry, you had to see that.
What the
Earlier
fuck?
Resident Evil games always had a bit of comedic charm, not only through the hilariously bad
Yes,
dialogue,
that.
And where is your family?
Shut up! I don't want to talk about it.
but also
Okay.
through files and notes. Itchy Tasty comes to mind. I can't believe they brought back Itchy Tasty in the 2021 hit film, Are You Welcome to Raccoon City? That.
We don't talk about that movie. We don't talk about it. And I can't believe they got the perfect person to play young Star's Chris.
About what?
Exactly. About what, exactly. I can't believe they got the perfect person to play young Star's Chris. And they wasted him in this piece of shit.
Was bad.
How come no one could make a good film?
Oh, apparently they've got a director that's wanting to make a new one, and he promises to make it more game accurate and horror filled. Yeah, well, that's what they said about that last one there. We'll see, buddy. We'll see.
Aged in this
Mansion or Ritu?
Learning about what various survivors were doing before.
They need to do what they should have done, which was the first movie be all about the mansion, and the second movie be a combination of 2 and 3.
Getting chomped to bits by zombies, their final thoughts. But I don't think any file in Resident Evil history can possibly prepare you for this one. And it may be no surprise that the strangest file in Resident Evil history is found in Code Veronica. I will always commend Code Veronica for being, like, really the first entry in the series to stray away from your typical Raccoon City, gritty street violence zombie game. Code Veronica has incest twins, a BOW named Nosferatu, and a vicious plant whore at the end of the game. Oh, and Albert Wesker. Basically, Code Veronica is the turn where these games became nutty, for lack of a better word. That's part of the reason why fans absolutely adore this game. Get ready to love it even more. There's a file in CV's battle mode known as DIJ's Diary. that chronicles
NGLI
various
didn't
story
like
events
Steve in the game.
The dialogue in DIJ's Diary is very...
He's a lot better in...
Thought he was too whiny.
Well, yeah. I kind of can't blame him, though. He's a lot better in the Dark Side Chronicles version of this story. And oh my god, that scene where...
oh yeah, he was cool in Dark Chronicles.
Oh man, that scene where they had... Where, you know, he's infected, but he's dying. And he's telling Claire, go on with it. You know, you have to leave me behind. I'm done for. And she's crying. And he says, I love you, and dies. And then she's crying. Oh my god, that scene. Oh. She's like, no, you're coming with us. And he's like, you know, and he's telling her, no, you know, basically, no, I'm done for. And then he's like, I love you.
I rolled my eyes. Least her bloodline isn't infected by him.
Oh, come on. I ship it. That's mean. I ship it. It was cute. And it was so sad.
Hastily written. You can tell that whoever wrote this stuff was in a hurry or trying their best to jot down what they were witnessing. This mystery person witnessed critical plot points like the Redfields battle against Wesker, the destruction of Rockford Island. Well, hell, you'd think that whoever was able to catch glimpses of important story elements would be a supporting character that was there to see these moments for themselves. How the hell were they able to stay hidden while simultaneously having a bird's eye view of all the good stuff? The first clue is in DIJ's first entry, where this mystery person explicitly states that Rockford Island is their home. That's a strange thing to say. Rockford is home to tortured prisoners for the most part. Ain't no one calling this place
GTA.
their home. Second clue is the entry where this person is apparently avoiding hazards within Rockford Island. The entry reads, I got too close and almost got myself smashed by the shutters, but thanks to my natural agility, I was able to get out of the situation and get outside. Anyone other than me would not have been so lucky. Aha. Totally normal to boast about your natural agility. Also, shutters are kind of easy to avoid if you know they're closing. Whoever this is must be a tiny little fellow dude. Throughout the rest of the DIJ diary file, you'll notice that this unidentified character that wrote the damn thing doesn't really describe humans in the typical fashion that
My
we're
natural
used to.
agility,
They'll
maybe
refer to
they're an
Claire as
alien.
a girl with the red outfits, or Wesker
alien.
as man with blonde hair. They even refer to Chris as man with black vest. It's almost as if a child wrote the DIJ diary. I'm gonna need you guys to suspend your reality for a second here in order to really follow me. I mean, you've made it this far into the video. DIJ's diary wasn't written by
that makes
someone.
sense.
It wasn't written by a supporting character. It wasn't even written by a child. A fucking rat wrote it.
What?
That's right.
A rat?
In this here diary were all accounts of a rat that just so happens to live in Rockford Island. I think it's all making sense now, right? Even though it makes no fucking sense whatsoever.
No, it doesn't.
Regardless, I love Resident Evil even more after learning about this file. Could this revelation
Rat
possibly
emoji.
get even better? Absolutely.
How the hell did he
Remember
write
the
it?
entry where this little rat fellow almost got smushed by shutters? It's in the fucking game, and you can actually see.
Yeah, that was him.
Running right next to Claire as he avoids those heavy ass doors. What a brave little soul. I love a game that, yes, there's death and destruction everywhere. Families are being torn apart, but there's also room for some nonsense. A rat detailing Pretty much the plots of an otherwise dark-ass story is gold. I love stuff like this. Cutest thing yet.
He must
this
be
little guy
Remy's
wanted to save
grandfather.
Claire Redfield. The diary states,
Remy.
blonde hair, aka Wesker, started to hurt the girl in red. I have to save her, I thought to myself. But the man with the blonde hair went away. Who was that blonde-haired man? What did he want from the girl in the red? We love you, rats. What is it with Resident Evil and rats? Anyway, this guy needs his own fleshed out story in Resident Evil 9, please.
The Twitch streams are back. Watch Nacho suffer through things like this.
I'm dead. I can't dodge that. I will not stop.
Oh, and right then his head got cut off.
New streams Mondays, Wednesdays, and weekends. Link in the description. I love farts.
Excuse me? And maybe I should do that to advertise my Twitch, make some kind of little end screen.
I really felt bad for Steve when he had to put down his old man.
Yeah.
Hello, David Dark.
So that...
In this video, I want to present my analysis of the first...
Pause. Hello. Anyway, so that was single player Nacho. He's pretty good for Resident Evil content like that. Finding little secrets and, you know, things like that. Okay, this is Bihan Was Always Evil by David Darko. So it's like a video essay.
Hello, David Darko. In this video, I want to present my analysis of the first Sub-Zero, Bihan. I will not be commenting much on who Bihan becomes after death, that being Saibon, but I will use his character to pontificate on what makes a person evil, how much agency we have in choosing if we are, and what does redemption mean. The Mortal Kombat timelines are convoluted, so for the purposes of this video, I will only be using Mortal Kombat mythologies and ancillary sources for my analysis. Prelude. To start on Bihan's origins, he and his brother Kuai Liang were abducted by the Lin Kuei and trained from birth to be ruthless assassins. In the beginning of MK mythologies, it is stated that Bihan is a thief and assassin, that he is Lin Kuei. He's been completely indoctrinated into this clan and takes pride in his classification. He vehemently corrects Quan Chi when he calls him a ninja, saying that Scorpion was a ninja and that he is an assassin.
I see the ninja has been successful in retrieving my map, as I have foreseen.
Let's get something straight. I am not a ninja. I am Lin Kuei. Scorpion was a ninja.
Bihan does this a fair amount of times throughout the story, as you will come to see. In mythologies, he embarks on a quest to retrieve the map of the elements from the Shaolin Temple. On this quest, he gratuitously encounters Scorpion, a ninja from a rival clan, and kills him in combat. Bihan successfully retrieves the map of the elements and takes it back to his Grandmaster. Upon informing the Grandmaster of his success, Quan Chi interrupts to update Bihan's quest. Bihan correctly deduces that Quan Chi sent Scorpion on the same mission, thus potentially compromising Bihan's mission.
Scorpion was tipped off. He knew I was breaking into that temple, and if he wasn't there, there wouldn't have been a battle. You are responsible for this, sorcerer.
Well, I've also retained Scorpion services. In case you failed, I needed some assurance.
Your peace of mind almost cost me this mission.
Enough!
Despite Quan Chi's obvious deception, the Grandmaster...
Man, I love this old live-action cushions. They're cheesy but so fun.
Yeah!
Being their rival clan. Bihan obviously doesn't trust Quan Chi, but he persists on the second mission anyways, out of loyalty to the Lin Kuei.
I agree.
Using the map he stole from the Shaolin Temple, he is now supposed to infiltrate the Temple of the Elements and retrieve Shinnok's amulet after defeating the 4 elementals, including Fujin, the god of wind. Bihan successfully does this and is on the precipice of retrieving the amulet whenever Quan Chi appears and steals it. He states that, now that all the elementals are defeated, he could enter and steal the amulet for Shinnok, who will then destroy all realms, including Earthrealm. Bihan is skeptical, wanting to believe that Quan Chi is just crazy, but he knows that what he said is true.
The amulet. I have Shinnok's amulet.
Whose amulet?
Oh no, not this game. No. No. No.
What are you talking about?
This amulet. It is
Yes,
the
this
King
game.
Shinnok's power as an elder god. When returned to him, he will regain his powers.
Wasn't that the one that Sonic caught when he was talking about
The worst MK game next to Special Forces.
when he was doing his video on MK9 and some line that Raiden said, he was referencing this game, and he said, "I'm not going to play that stupid." What did he say? "I'm not going to play that bullshit game just so I can understand what the fuck he's talking about here."
The game may be bad, but these cushions are gold.
Yeah.
And be freed from the confines of the Netherrealm.
I thought
Yes, it's indeed a bullshit next to MK4.
Of a long-dead realm. Shinnok is the destroyer of all realms, including Khan's outworld.
Destroyer of all realms. You are insane.
You gotta love the dubbed over voices.
It isn't worth the bronze it's molded from.
Believe what you will, Sub-Zero. Goodbye, Ninja.
Those endings in MK4 make this game look like a regular Sunday driver.
Oh.
He states that he's weaker in the Netherrealm, and as a result, Bihan is the only person who can save Earthrealm. Bihan acquiesces because the other option is essentially death. His newest mission is to tail Quan Chi and ensure that he doesn't give the amulet to Shinnok.
Do you realize what you've done?
I was just earning my living.
Your clan's ignorance and greed will cost this entire realm. You'll now have to set things straight.
Quan Chi could simply be a lunatic sorcerer. I never heard of an elder god named Shinnok.
Live action consult with the elder gods. Just take a pit stop look up Jack's MK4 ending and you will die of laughter. Spoiler, it's a certain scream.
Oh.
You are reality's only hope.
I'll do it, Thunder God.
Thunder God.
Thunder God.
No, not Jarek! Damn it, my finger slipped.
Oh Lord. Zedden.
Oh, I know this one.
This is a demon scream.
It's over, Jarek. Shinnok is dead. The good guys won. You're coming back with me.
I saw it, demon.
Animatronic ass mouth movements.
Oh my god. Rolling on the floor laughing.
The black dragon died with Kano. You're the last one, Jarek.
I can't breathe.
It's all good!
Rolling on the floor laughing, rolling on the floor laughing, rolling on the floor laughing, rolling on the floor laughing.
Sonia!
Hee hee. Rolling on the floor laughing, 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 rolling on the floor laughing.
Goodness gracious.
Rolling on the floor laughing, 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 rolling on the floor laughing.
If you keep
demon.
If you keep putting that, we can't hear the video.
Rolling on the floor laughing, 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 rolling on the floor laughing. Like literally.
Cookie, am I gonna have to time you out? You're the
Rolling
one.
on the floor laughing, rolling 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 on the floor laughing.
Are you done?
I'm deathly crying over here.
You have to uphold the law. You have to arrest me. Wait, this is brutality. You can't do it. Wrong, Jarek.
This is a this is a fatality.
Ongo no.
Rolling
on the floor laughing, rolling on the floor laughing, rolling on the floor laughing, rolling on the floor laughing, rolling on the floor laughing. Need some water, bro. Oh my lord.
Ha, the video's over now.
Only because I don't have a choice.
Then stand back.
Oh my god.
This is a portal into the nether realm. Once through, follow Quan Chi and try to get the amulet before he gives to Shinnok. I also have this advice. Beware the brothers of the shadow. The nether realm is a place for lost souls. If you fail, your soul will join theirs, as well as all the souls in this entire realm.
Oh my gosh,
my stomach hurts and my cheekbones hurt.
Bihan then ventures into the Netherrealm, where he is eventually imprisoned. In this scene, depending on whether or not you let Scorpion live, you can get a Shinnok or Scorpion encounter. In Shinnok's encounter, he essentially states that Bihan belongs in—
Oh my god, I'm just—
Lang in Netherrealm.
I am trying to take a sip of my coffee and it makes my avatar freak the hell out. Sorry about that.
On glue action, Shinnok rolling on the floor laughing, rolling on the floor laughing, rolling on the floor laughing, rolling on the floor laughing. I believe this is by Han.
As for the Scorpion encounter,
yes, as I said in the when we watched it, it is Bihan was always evil. This is talking about Bihan.
Scorpion blames Bihan for the death of his clan and family. Bihan denies this and says that he only killed Scorpion because he had to and had no part
and the
in the murder
Scorpion is Hasno.
Who are you?
Yeah, hands up.
Soul. The guard is right, you know. Where would you escape to? If you are here, then you must belong here. Rejected from your own
I miss Hansa in MK1.
Yeah.
I was sent.
Rejected or sent. You couldn't exist here unless your soul contained the impurities of evil.
The Oakskporion.
Had you ever tried to escape, old man?
Escape? Oh, I'll be leaving this realm shortly.
Too bad Dvora took our redeemed boy.
Please don't remind me.
Scorpion, corrected. Not remember it.
Bother worrying about escape.
Who are you?
I am a dead man. But somehow you have retained your mortality, which would mean you are vulnerable to death. I am Scorpion. You killed me in cold blood.
I had no choice.
You could have let me leave.
It's my baby boy.
The dead one.
But my clan and family would still be alive.
I hope Dvora entire race is extinct in Liu Kang timeline.
Of my being, including my wife and child.
You're mistaken. Quan
Good.
Chi is responsible for their deaths.
Words will not save you.
Oh yeah, if you spared Hansa in this one, you'd get a different Kashin.
Oh,
his ventures captured
interesting.
the attention of Quan Chi's personal assassins, one being Serena. Serena wants to leave the Netherrealm. It is implied that she wants more for herself and doesn't want to continue to be and do evil.
We need to watch it.
Her reluctance doesn't stop her from following orders, but it does make her more skeptical. Serena, Kaya, and Chitaka remark how strange it is for a mortal to be in the Netherrealm.
Well, he's definitely immortal. His soul is still contained inside his body.
A mortal can't exist here with his soul intact.
The sister of the demon.
Serena notes this and informs Quan Chi.
Yeah, those are Ashra's
Quan Chi
sisters.
demands that she alert the keepers and send a full garrison to intercept Bihan. She remarks that doing so is overkill and implies that she can handle him on her own. This seems like it could be Serena's first attempt at making an escape with Bihan, though this suggestion of hers is shut down. Quan Chi scolds Serena for questioning him, demands that she obey him.
Serena before demon was kinda attractive.
Incidentally, Bihan spares Serena and makes his way to Quan Chi's chamber. Quan Chi tells Bihan that he's not only too late, but also essentially just in time. He says that the reason why Raiden sent him in particular is because the Netherrealm is a place for evil beings, that he could not exist there unless he himself were evil.
What happened if we killed her?
An opportunity to join the Brothers of the Shadow and worship Lord Shinnok. Bihan refuses, and a fight ensues between the two.
Bihan, spare he don't take her dome off.
You cannot exist here unless you were tainted with evil. You belong here. Join my Brothers of the Shadow and worship our Lord Shinnok.
Never, sorcerer!
Then, so it shall be. Ninja.
I got a better idea. Kiss my blue ass.
Serena comes from behind.
Oh Lord Quan Chi and his middle finger.
And then this exchange
Bad voice acting by Quan Chi.
Why did you help me?
You are still immortal.
'Cause I got the hots for you.
There won't be anywhere to go if I don't get the amulet back.
Take me with you. I've waited an eternity to escape.
You don't understand. I can't leave you.
Good boy Bihan, you got some demon cheeks.
Shinnok, you dick!
Bihan, confused,
oh, NVM.
Why she's helping him. Serena essentially says
oh, never mind.
Bihan tries to explain his predicament, but is interrupted by a deadly beam which pierces Serena, delivered by Shinnok. Bihan catches her and looks up at Shinnok. Bihan defeats him and traverses back to Earthrealm. He delivers the amulet to Raiden and inquires about his morality.
Here. The amulet.
Impressive, Sub-Zero. Perhaps you'll reconcile your reckless past after all.
That's it? Not even a thank you?
Thank yourself for undoing a problem that you created.
Ooh.
Quan Chi told me that you sent me because my soul was tainted with evil. Is that true?
You are a superb warrior.
Bro got a scar before his brother.
Only you can control your destiny. Not even the gods can alter your chosen path in life.
Was that a yes? Or a no?
That was a yes. But only you can change it.
Is this pre-demon Bihan?
Analysis. Now that I've given
yes.
a timeline of events, we can analyze things to make a coherent point. What is
but in MK11 Kano asks about Cao A Lang scar.
Lack of knowledge or information.
Yeah.
The way I'd like to apply this definition to Bihan is ignorance with malicious intent, where one has the option to know but simply chooses not to. There are many times where Bihan has an inkling that something may be off, but he chooses to remain ignorant to serve his clan. He's ignorant whenever he accepts his mission to retrieve the map of the elements. He's ignorant of his encounter of Scorpion. He's ignorant of what he's supposed to do with said map. He's ignorant of why there would be 4 gods guarding this amulet. He's ignorant of why Quan Chi wants this amulet so bad and what it could do. He's ignorant of who Shinnok is or even the existence of the Netherrealm. He's ignorant of his innate evil. He's ignorant of the death of Scorpion's clan. He's just plain ignorant.
He's ignorant.
Case, ignorance is evil. Oftentimes in the story, Bihan is confronted with his evil.
I am a dead man, but somehow you have retained your mortality, which would mean you are vulnerable to death. I am Scorpion. You killed me in cold blood.
I had no choice.
You could have let me live.
Then I would be the dead one.
But my clan and family would still be alive.
What?
It wasn't enough to kill me. You had to destroy every last remnant of my being, including my wife and child.
You must belong here, rejected from your own realm, no doubt.
I wasn't rejected. I was sent.
Rejected or sent.
My baby boy get good voice acting.
Shinnok's like, semantics.
Soul contained the impurities of evil.
Shinnok the Elder Demon.
Well, he's definitely immortal. His soul is still contained inside his body.
A mortal can't exist here with his soul intact.
Unless Shinnok allowed it to be.
Don't you realize why Raiden
Boo Shinnok.
The Netherrealm is a place for evil beings. You cannot exist here unless you were tainted with evil. You
Epic finger pointing.
Quan Chi told me that you sent me because my soul was tainted with evil. Is that true?
You are a superb warrior, Sub-Zero.
Well, he is the god of death, so
Only
not
you
that
can control your
surprised.
destiny. Not even the gods can alter your chosen path in life.
Was that a yes or a no?
And the fallen elder
yes.
god is
Despite his
BS.
distrust for Quan Chi, after figuring out that he hired Scorpion to essentially intercept him, he persists
He is
blindly
bone god.
out of loyalty. Loyalty to his Grand Master, who likely knew that Bihan would encounter Scorpion. In the Nether Realm, when Shinnok, who Bihan doesn't even recognize because he has no idea what he looks like, states that Bihan was rejected from his realm for being evil, Bihan tries to correct him by saying that he was sent. Shinnok
Don't
states
take that
the
out of
distinction is
context,
meaningless,
face with
since
tears of
Bihan
joy.
can only be mortal in the Nether Realm if he suffered the impurities of evil. In this case, to deflect any sort of moral responsibility, Bihan changes the subject. In Scorpion's encounter, Bihan deflects responsibility of the murders of Scorpion's clan onto Quan Chi. Scorpion,
Cause he
blinded by
uses
death and anger,
bones.
is right to blame Bihan, as his ignorance and complicity directly contributed to Quan Chi being able to murder Scorpion's clan and family in the first place. Even if Bihan knew what Quan Chi would do, they're rival clans, and Bihan has shown propensity to be incredibly loyal to the Lin Kuei. It's possible that had things been just a little bit different, Bihan may have been the person who murdered Scorpion's clan and family. During Bihan's confrontation in Quan Chi's chamber, Bihan is given
And
an interesting
Scorpion
offer.
is hellfire.
He's told by Quan Chi that
I'd
he's
say
evil,
bone me,
should basically
but he would
embrace it.
literally bone you.
Bihan declines for what could be a myriad of reasons. He could have declined because he's holistically loyal to the Lin Kuei. He wants to redeem himself and prove to everyone that he's not evil. He doesn't trust the sorcerer at all and now has an opportunity to assert his agency in the absence of his Grand Master, and or he acknowledges that he is evil and just desires to change. Whenever Serena aids him in defeating Quan Chi despite trying to kill him earlier, Bihan shows a softer side to Serena, asking her why she helped him instead of, just killing her on the spot. Through her actions, Bihan has shown that she too seeks redemption. That despite serving under Quan Chi as an assassin and likely having to do some treacherous things, she too can change. This whole interaction of theirs represents one's potential to change. Initially, Bihan killed Scorpion, but whenever he's attacked by Serena, he decides to spare her.
And he is cocky like Kung Lao in MK1.
Nobody to Bihan, but if he's this ruthless assassin, why leave an adversary alive to recover and potentially attack you again? He does it because he wants to change. In a small but powerful gesture, Bihan catches Serena instead of just letting her fall, implying that he cares for her to some degree. Again, Bihan is known as one of the Lin Kuei's most ruthless and cunning assassins. Serena had previously tried to kill him, and yet despite all this, he catches her. They've only had 2 real interactions, one of which was a very brief conversation, so it doesn't make sense how Bihan would be attached to her in any meaningful way, unless you look at this story under the lens of redemption. Bihan isn't holding on to just Serena. He's holding on to his own redemption. Serena acts as a mirror to Bihan.
I can't believe child me thought this game was cool.
Serena, however, shows Bihan that redemption is possible. So is Bihan evil? As confirmed by Raiden, yes.
What
Bihan
if Ed
is
Boon
evil,
put
but he had
human
virtually
demon?
no agency in him becoming this way. He was abducted whenever he was an infant and indoctrinated into this clan, or cult. He's likely robbed and killed many innocents and has perpetrated similar acts out of loyalty to the Lin Kuei. Even if his reasons for doing so are sympathetic, him being abducted when he was an infant and indoctrinated, thus not really giving him much of a choice to rebel in the first place, doesn't really matter to those that he wronged.
Yeah.
The scariest thing about someone like Bihan is that he's not some malefactor that was born innately evil.
You were born ignorant of evil, Bihan.
In time, I learned better.
You have lost yourself to it.
He was systematically manufactured by humans. Humans who were drunk with avarice and an over...
I want to brush Fujin's long hair.
Good wind boy Fujin.
Yes. I want to brush his hair and braid it.
...blown sense of self. Humans that, like anyone else, just want to get ahead.
My second baby boy.
The Lin Kuei differ by the extent to which they are willing to go to get ahead in the first place, but the principle is still there. Bihan has no agency in determining if he was evil. Had his actions not led to the potential destruction of all realms, it's possible that Bihan would live on, never questioning his morality and his grooming done by the Lin Kuei. But since these are the cards that Bihan was dealt, we have to acknowledge that redemption
Can
is
I
possible.
brush Kenshi
Sure,
and Johnny
at
hair?
the end, he pledges loyalty
Yes.
to the Lin Kuei, but is it
That
not
disappointed
Oh, no, I
hawk
want to.
rolling on the floor laughing, rolling on the floor laughing, rolling on the floor laughing.
was rescued from the Netherworld?
No,
And just as
I
Bihan
brush
orders
I
him,
brush
he
hair.
aids Bihan in escaping the Lin Kuei. Let's say Bihan isn't killed by Scorpion during the first tournament, maybe even saved by Serena, similarly to how she saves Kuai Liang's life in Mortal Kombat Deception.
For
And as a
Johnny.
result, Bihan lives long enough to reconcile his evil actions with his morality. Could he redeem himself?
I think evil
I
in
believe
this
so.
case is a matter of
Redemption in Bihan's
perspective.
case would
While to others Bihan is evil, while to himself and clan he's probably seen as quite honorable and loyal.
Yeah.
likely look like him defecting from the Lin Kuei and choosing
When
to be
you
informed.
ask your mom, can
No.
Kenshi and Johnny spend the night, but Fire God Dad Liu Kang says no.
More would this redeemed version of Bihan hide behind the excuse of not knowing the implications of his actions. Instead of
Loudly
being a thief
crying
and
face.
assassin, he could dedicate his impressive skills to the betterment of whatever society he chooses to be a part of, likely just defending Earthrealm from outside threats, similarly to how he did in mythologies. Just this time, with more of a choice to do so and, not being forced. It's worth noting that Bihan does change in a meaningful way at the end of mythologies. Chronologically, mythologies precedes the events of the first Mortal Kombat
I would say
tournament.
yes and to you and
Bihan's
Gog.
arcade ending, it stated that he takes the handsome prize he gets for assassinating Shang Tsung and uses it to retire from the Lin Kuei. I think it's safe to say that Bihan isn't necessarily the wealthiest man ever, given his blind loyalty to the Lin Kuei, coupled by his Grandmaster's willingness to take advantage of his ignorance for his own personal gain. Any spoils he would have acquired would have likely been greatly taxed by his Grandmaster. Additionally, it is a sacred vow of the Lin Kuei that a member may never leave. If a member breaks said vow, they are to be sought out and killed. This is what happened when Kuai Liang tried to leave the Lin Kuei in Mortal Kombat 3, and what they tried to do to Cyrax in
Oh
Mortal
Lord
Kombat
the
9.
Snake.
His financial destitution, indoctrination into the Lin Kuei, and the lethal threat directed towards anyone who even thinks of leaving could all be sufficient push and pull factors that keep Bihan tied to the Lin Kuei. These are all plausible explanations that explain Bihan's commitment to the Lin
Thomas
Kuei.
no.
Explanations
Thomas
point
no.
to the idea that Bihan is relegated to this lifestyle rather than
New
explicitly choosing
smoke.
it and having much of a choice. What makes a person evil? How much agency do we have in choosing if we are? And what does redemption mean? So going back to my original question, what makes a person evil? It's hard to quantify, but I believe what makes a person evil is the summation of the immoral actions one commits, coupled
Where
with the
there is
context in
smoke,
which said
there is
actions were
betrayal.
committed. For reference,
I hate the Lin Kuei
is
for
defined
my
as
second baby boy for the
profoundly immoral
Shiryu.
and wicked.
Yeah.
Or profound immorality and wickedness, especially when regarded as a supernatural force. When we say immoral, the implication is that something is being described as wrong. Since morality is subjective, one person's evil may be another person's harmless modus operandi. I think we can generally agree that things like murder, rape, extortion, etc. are bad, but that's not very an interesting
He's just
conversation.
standing there, menacingly.
Something that is interesting about the Google definition of evil is that the noun version states that it is often describing some supernatural force. I think when we apply this notion to real people, thus dehumanizing them, we shield ourselves from a harsh truth about human nature. You don't have to be Satan to commit an act of evil. Evil can be committed by your boss, a coworker, a friend, a family member, a partner, and even you, the viewer. We're all capable of committing and being evil. What's even scarier is that what makes us susceptible to being and committing acts of evil isn't some easily available vice. Similarly to Bihan, what makes your average person most susceptible to evil is ignorance. Simply not questioning
He looks so
things, omitting
unamused.
nuance, and overall, forgoing critical thinking skills is enough to foster bigotry, prejudice, callousness, and just any kind of human phenomenon that lacks empathy. Lack of critical thinking is what enabled the Nazis to systematically target and exterminate Jewish people during World War II. They weaponized their ignorance to allow them to ignore the Jews' humanity, thus allowing them to carry out unspeakable atrocities and war crimes. Despite the depravity of these actions, I do believe that one defense brings into question the morality of those judged, and that is the defense of self-preservation. If one is just preserving themselves, such as Bihan whenever he kills Scorpion during their first encounter, can we really ascribe evilness to their moral character? One could argue that if you choose to live a certain lifestyle that necessitates titanic levels of self-preservation to the detriment of others, then that should be enough to cast moral judgments. But I can't really seem to agree. During the Nuremberg trials, one defense that was commonly used is that they were, quote, just following orders, unquote, thus diminishing the responsibility they had. Let's assume that if orders weren't followed, the consequences were exile, imprisonment, death, etc. If that's the case, then given sufficient push and pull factors, one's moral agency can be effectively diminished. Or in other words, if the threat and or incentives are strong enough, committing a moral wrong doesn't meaningfully impact
Oh man,
one's
sad
moral
walk.
character. What it does do,
What
however,
clan do
is that
you
it may
support?
make actions that one may have
Man
never
that
even
walk
considered
face with
taking
tears of
less
joy.
daunting and more feasible, thus creating a sort of slippery slope. Acknowledging
Shit
this,
outta
if
you,
someone
of
is given
course.
sufficient threat and or incentives, committing a moral wrong doesn't meaningfully impact one's immediate moral character. but it makes them more susceptible
LULLUL
to committing
flawless
evil in the
victory.
future. Essentially what I'm
Zedden
saying
when
is
he
that
realizes
even a
no
Nazi
demon
can be
in
redeemable,
range.
depending on the context of the evil they committed. Redeeming themselves would never justify or account for the evil they committed, but it does set a precedent. There are conditions that exist that could turn you into a Nazi, a greedy leader, or even someone like Bihan. Because of said conditions' existence, believing that people can change, that being evil isn't a static attribution, is imperative
Bihan,
to
I'm
what makes
sadly
us
gonna
human.
walk down.
As for redemption, there are
Oh my god, when he said that, he was talking about redemption doesn't exactly, like, erase any evil that you did in the past. It reminded me of this fanfic that I read a while back where, Kenshi ends up getting killed by Yakuza while he's, trying to, trying to free his, clan. He gets killed during that. And Sento speaks to Johnny and basically says that, it is possible to retrieve him and bring him back. And he finds out that Kenshi went to Netherrealm. So basically he went to hell. And, so he, with, Ashra's help to guide him, and
Kenshi died, no.
Yeah, and Sento and Ashra's help, he makes his way to Netherrealm, and when he finally finds Kenshi, he's like in one of the like levels, one of the really bad levels, and he's like, oh my god, I don't even want to describe how he found him, but basically it's really bad. And of course Johnny's like freaking out and upset, like why is he here? Like, why? And Ashra had to tell him, well, when he was Yakuza, he did some very bad things. And it's like, yeah, he's remorseful now and he wants to redeem himself, but back then he did some awful things. So he has to pay for that.
It's like the Eric Cartman effect. He's done a lot evil, but one good deed cannot redeem him.
Pretty much, yeah, is what they were saying. And he didn't even really get the chance to fully redeem himself because he got killed in the middle of it. But yeah. I mean, don't worry, Johnny does end up freeing him and bringing him back to the mortal realm. But yeah, when he said that, it just reminded me of that when Johnny's all upset that he's in one of the worst parts, and it's like, like they were saying, he still did some really bad things, and he would have to pay for that. Regardless if he regrets it now, or if he didn't even want to do it back then, but he did anyway, So that's what that reminded me of. Yeah, it's a really good fic.
Two basic parts. Part one is the apology. One must acknowledge their wrongdoing without any shifting of the blame, apologize for their part in their wrongdoing whilst empathizing and sympathizing with the affected party, and make an amendment to their concurrent actions that, at the very least, greatly mitigate the chances of the wrongdoing occurring again. The first part is ideal, but if your sins are great and or an apology isn't possible, The most you can do is to learn from your mistakes and take great precaution to mitigate the chances of reoffending. For Bihan, it is unlikely he will be able to apologize to anyone, given that all the people that he wronged are either dead or would likely kill him if there were another encounter. Acknowledging that,
like Scorpion,
redemption for Bihan will look like him refraining from using ignorance as a shield and choosing to be informed about his actions and their consequences. Similarly to Serena, he'd have to abdicate from his predatorial environment and seek refuge in an organization that promotes selflessness and staying informed. As stated earlier, this will never justify or make up for all the evil Bihan committed, but it's all we can do.
Yeah. Well, that was a nice little video essay. Oh, we got a Tats Top video.
Yes, indeed.
Tats Top video. This is the latest one they came out with.
Oh, Lord.
Which is a top 10 horror office games. I bet you number one's, or at least one of the higher up ones, going to be the Stanley Parable.
This video contains flashing lights, unsettling content, violent content, jump scares, and sudden loud noises. Viewer discretion advised.
Let's hope no jump scares like the last time.
Video gaming can place us in many horrifying and tense situations.
Office spaces are not excluded from having a terrifying encounter thrust upon hapless players.
Scary bosses, tight deadlines, and perhaps even cosmological horror.
Oh, I wondered if this one was going to be on here.
Seek your soul.
So prepare yourselves as we dive into the top 10 horror office games.
Well, it did say jump scares, so you're out of luck.
Yeah, but I mean jump scares like that one last time that got me really bad.
Why is office coffee so bad?
That's a good question.
Coffee so bad is a short horror game made by Box Top Brothers. You play as a regular office employee typing away on your computer's keyboard with your eyes looking at the screen. As you start looking around your cubicle, you will notice a cup of coffee on your desk which wasn't there before. Not thinking much about it, you take the mug and start drinking the coffee. Your coworker from another cubicle
No, what did they do? Slip you a Mickey?
Starts pestering you to stop drinking it due to it being against protocol. Ignoring him, you continue to drink the brew, which begins
against
to change
protocol.
from dark brown to different colors. While multitasking with coffee and typing with the other hand, messages begin to pop up on the screen from management, telling you about the decrease in your work, to use both hands while typing, and that they will now start monitoring the employees.
Uh-oh.
Outside of your cubicle,
hey!
Security cameras will tower over you, recording you as you continue typing and drinking your coffee.
Don't watch me while I'm working. That makes me nervous.
A telephone appears
Caught
on your desk with the
4K.
boss's voice, warning you on drinking your coffee.
No coffee at the desk. So I'm gonna need you to put that cup down and get back to work.
As you take a sip of it, he will respond as if he's in pain, his voice distorting, then the call disconnects.
Do you even know what you've done?
Oh.
You then start hearing the screams of your other coworkers and see the office itself change colors. The objects on your desk begin to shake.
What the hell was in that coffee? I think they did slip him a Mickey.
Then float until your cubicle and all of reality crumbles and falls apart around you.
Oh, damn. I put acid in
Bro's hand still flapping. Slipped something in it.
Through space and diving into the unknown with your cup of coffee in hand.
Still hanging on to that coffee.
Bad is free to play on itch.io if you're into a rather curious experience on the whole office environment.
I think SQC has something to do with this.
Oh yeah?
Welcome to your new office job under the management of the enigmatic Clockhart, a large man with a clock for a face. After meeting your co-workers, it's time to get to work. Whatever that work is, since no one seems to be able to tell you your job or who your clients are. Only when you return to the boss's office and find a wall calendar do things start to change. By moving the pin between days, the day shifts between the 5 days in a work week. You seem to be stuck in some kind of temporal trap in this office with a mystery centered around your boss, Clockhart. The horror in this game is derived from the obscure story and ambient elements as the mystery unfolds piece by piece. While graphically rather basic, the puzzles are based around jumping from day to day to progress. Made for the Lone Rabbit Game Jam with 7 days of development, this is a unique expression of a horror office experience. While a short game, it delivers a rich narrative and impressive puzzle elements that weave into the experience very well. Being a free-to-play game, this is an excellent choice for those seeking less jump scare and more narrative intrigue.
DigiDream, 1989. Sat before your computer terminal, being the last worker left in the office. You're required to type out words at the behest of your boss to complete your tasks for the day. You have a limited time to type out the words to finish your work. As the evening rolls on, things start to descend into nightmares as something in the company has managed to escape containment. Before too long, this entity has its sights set on you.
What?
If it looks into your eyes, you're finished. Your only chance is to complete your work while avoiding eye contact with this entity. This is a very short office experience, lasting a little more than 10 minutes per session. But in this short time, the game draws you in and escalates the tension as you play. Anxiety builds as you're required to complete increasingly complex words in a time limit, while avoiding death at the entity's deadly gaze.
That's like the ultimate don't get distracted simulator.
Gameplay experience. DigiDream 1989 doesn't fail to deliver an anxiety-inducing experience that will sit with you even after you finish.
I Am Dave. I Am Dave is a short itch.io game where you take on the role of a middle-class, blue-collar, everyday working man. You wake up in your dingy apartment, go to work in your bleak office, go home, and then go to bed, only to wake up and repeat the same monotonous process again and again.
Oh, God.
The only moments of reprieve you have from this rut of a life are the simple things you once took for granted: spam phone calls, bogus television ads, and morning radio broadcasts. In the midst of this capitalism-infused corporate nightmare, you begin to notice something strange. The man spam calling your phone introduces himself as Dave. The radio host calls himself Dave. And the new neighbor down the hall, his name is Dave. You go to work and see all your identical co-workers clacking away at keyboards in their cubicles, shackled by the life that has claimed them. And something in you knows they're all named Dave. After a night of uneasy sleep, you decide to confront the Dave in your apartment and see.
Man, this is like that one Vault in Fallout. The Gary's. Haha, Gary. 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 Hey, Gary.
What his intentions are. Stepping into his home, you see nothing but a mound of computers, notes sprawled all over the walls, and strange pieces of occult and otherworldly artifacts.
Oh, that's never good.
Once you leave the apartment, you find yourself in a distorted version of the hallway, which leads you down a seemingly endless path littered with garbage and ads. Eventually,
they can see you?
At the end of the hall,
who's they?
A mirror. Once you peer into the mirror, you are left with only a reflection and the realization that you are Dave. While not a traditional horror experience in most respects, this game focuses on something much more real and terrifying: the horrors of mediocrity. and the path that exists for those who live a life void of purpose and meaning as cogs in a machine, fueled only by the insatiable need for material goods and pleasures.
What a twist.
Sabletech. Sabletech is a hauntingly immersive walking simulator that plunges players into a bizarre and unsettling world of an office environment that defies the laws of physics and logic. As an office employee navigating through the labyrinthine corridors of Sabletech, players will find themselves in a surreal landscape where the mundane meets the absurd. The game draws inspiration from the unsettling aesthetic of liminal spaces, reminiscent of popular backroom-style experiences, creating an atmosphere that evokes both nostalgia and dread. The office layout twists and turns in ways that are both familiar and disorienting, leaving players questioning their sense of direction and reality. Upon installing the mysterious assistant program, the already strange office morphs into a nightmarish maze, where the corridors seem to stretch infinitely and the floor plans appear to warp and shift. This unsettling geometry generates a palpable sense of unease as players wander through empty break rooms, flickering fluorescent lights, and eerily quiet cubicles. While there are no overt threats or entities lurking in the shadows, the oppressive atmosphere and the absurdity of the environment creates a tension that keeps players on edge. Sabletech invites exploration, encouraging players to delve deeper into its haunting spaces, all while piecing together the fragments of a narrative that remains shrouded in mystery. With its focus on exploration and the uncanny, Sabletech offers a brief yet impactful experience for fans of horror and surreal environments, leaving players to ponder the nature of the space they inhabit long after they logged off.
Office Paradox.
Calling it now, the Stanley Parable is going to be number 1.
Office Paradox is a free-to-play, side-scrolling game developed by Bad Coffee Games. Players take the role of Jim, an office employee who tries to leave the office complex to go home on Halloween night. But the elevator keeps stopping on the same floor. As Jim continuously goes down the elevator to the next office, its true colors start to unfold as the lights begin to flicker or turn off. Further events occur, such as a printer printing out "No overtime allowed," hearing a man's disembodied laugh, and a mirror shattering showing a letter stating that Jim isn't human. The office truly
was
becomes
that?
a hellscape when Jim sees a man appearing as a ghost, covered in blood, with a dead cat in one hand and a knife
Excuse
in the other.
me?
He'll speak to Jim and then start stalking him. The player will then need to avoid him and falling ceiling fans.
Well, that's random.
What now?
The game reaches its climax as you exit the second to last elevator, seeing the office dark, blood oozing from the ceiling, chairs floating, and the electronics going haywire.
Oh my gosh.
The final elevator awaits, and it's down to the player to discover what is on the other side. Despite the game being quite short, the quality is great. The sound design is very immersive and filled with tension and suspense. This game can be found on itch.io.
Overtime. This game, though short, gives you a simple yet horrifying experience. A free game on itch.io created by Turnip Liker, the game starts as another day of doing the same old meaningless job at a cubicle farm. In the same fashion as real life, your boss wants to have a meeting with you. Considering that your coworkers are a bit off, it feels like you were the right person to be picked. They say strange things, eat odd food, and one is more interested in pranks and gaming than work. Once you get to the meeting, however, no one is there. This gives you the thought it was probably a mistake, so you feel it's okay to go back to your desk. There's just one problem. You later get a call saying you never went to the meeting and must now report to HR.
What? Ah! Oh, hi there.
You will soon meet up with the gaming coworker, Josiah. He seems really nice to you, but then as you get to HR, the atmosphere gets even creepier, as the doors are oddly shaped for an office, and the area is covered in an unsettling darkness. At the end, there's Josiah, with a bloody blade, surrounded by a nightmare you weren't meant to see.
Oh my
For a low-res
gosh.
3D game with vague telling of the story and plot, Overtime has good pacing to lead you from a lighthearted game to an office horror, with great tension building and a jump scare that hit the mark. Its only issue is it's a bit of a broken game due to it being able to softlock accidentally.
Ugh.
But don't let that stop you from this office horror experience.
Woo! No witnesses! Yeah, one late night. I remember all the YouTubers playing this.
And you're stuck working an overtime shift with nothing to console you but a fresh cup of coffee. Things are quiet and normal on this thunderous night until you see a message on your computer that says, "I see you." Suddenly the printer wears to life and prints out a page with a single word: hello. Chairs will fly and cabinets will slam open in your face as you try to escape, but you only find that the exits have been locked up. After finding a misplaced key in the bathroom, you are able to enter the office of a former employee, Robert, who apparently has had contact with the chilling entity. Perhaps this is the reason he went missing. Amidst his clutter, you'll find a note left behind by Robert saying that the spirit is weak to light, as well as a convincingly placed flashlight. The only problem is that it has no batteries. In your search for batteries, you'll find more notes left by Robert, whose spirit has also been trapped in the office by the malevolent entity. This dark-veiled female entity begins to stalk you through the halls as you hunt for the way out. Eventually, you are led to a key for the emergency door in the back of the office. Just as you reach the exit, your vision swirls and fades before readjusting to see a very familiar darkened office surrounding you. Escape is not as easy as it first seemed. While being a slow-walking simulator, this game does have the potential to serve up some spooks and scares when the time is right. If you have fears of darkness, hauntings, limbo spaces, and being trapped in a corporate workspace, this game might be for you.
I remember PewDiePie playing this. The little music that always plays. That,
oh, amazing!
Yeah, that dun 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 dun. It had a music like that would play.
LOL, cute jump scare.
And he he started to make like a little rap song to it, to the beat. And he's like, "I'm so motherfucking stuck in this duck. Makes me want to quack." Like, and then right then the old lady showed up and he goes, "What the?" And he goes, "What the fuck was that?" So he's like, "Makes me want to quack. Like, what the fuck was that?" He like accidentally rhymed with his what.
The Lancaster leak. Crisis at call center. The Lancaster leak. Crisis at call center is a chilling entry in the Lancaster leak series, immersing players in the eerie environment of a late-night call center through the lens of fixed security camera angles and the occasional hidden spy cam. Players take on the role of a janitor working the graveyard shift.
Ooh, this looks really creepy. I kind of like this.
Experiment. As the footage unfolds, it becomes clear that something malevolent is stalking the janitor. A strange entity that plays a deadly game of cat and mouse, always lurking just out of sight of its prey. but
Oh,
never
hell
out of reach of the
no.
watchful
Whoa.
cameras. The purpose of these recordings is to study the entity's
Skinwalker.
behavior and the events that transpire within the call center. As the nights progress, the tension escalates dramatically. On the third night, the janitor witnesses the horrifying murder of an extra security guard.
Oh,
marking
Jesus.
a turning point where the entity's predatory nature becomes apparent. Frantic attempts to call for help are thwarted when the administration hijacks the emergency call, revealing a chilling conspiracy at play.
Ma'am, are you on any medication or substances?
No! Are you taking me seriously? For fuck's sake, send someone!
Business Skinwalker. The horror comes from the stockholders' cause it actually helps people.
Turns its attention towards them, leading to a harrowing conclusion where escape is thwarted by shadowy figures in black suits. Drawing
The voice acting's pretty good.
Resident Evil games, Crisis at Call Center features tank controls and fixed perspectives, enhancing the sense of claustrophobia and dread. While the minimalistic interface can make interactions a bit challenging, the game expertly builds suspense.
What's this game called again? I wanna research this.
I think he said
Of 3 tense nights.
the Lancaster Leak Crisis at Call Center. I got it up right there. You can see at the bottom.
The Lancaster Leak. Thank you.
Well, it's Crisis at Call Center is the actual name.
FNAF, but actually see the security guard.
With its engaging narrative and escalating terror, this short experience leaves players questioning the true nature of the call center and the dark secrets that lie within.
Ooh! Oh, okay.
Jesus Christ, that got me.
Oh, okay. So was the Stanley Parable not considered creepy or anything? Because I know I know most of it is just like silly fun, but wasn't there some like eerie moments to it too? Am I mistaken?
The Suits Have Gone Mad is a free-to-play action horror game created by Blank Dream Studios. You play as an office worker named Theo Blue, another slave to the corporation, running late for the authoritarian company that monitors your every move. One unsettling instance you experience is when making your next presentation. The player blacks out upon working on what can only be classified as a new tone, the next plan to present to your bosses. You see a strange light in your dream, with hypnotic blue sequences of 8 lights in each ring. After this, strange events occur that seem unnerving as the game progresses. Soon after, your coworker is suddenly discharged from what is called a significant breach in company policy. This was done by the white suits, the bosses of the company, by dragging him off into a back room. Though alarming as it is, your attention is fixed on making it to your own meeting. From this point on, unnerving feelings are amped up, entering the meeting with all eyes on you as you give your presentation. The screen glitches upon declaring your new tone. Once you turn around, you're greeted with all the white suits glaring at you with inhuman eyes.
Oh God. Don't stare at me with them big ol' eyes.
More white suits show up through open doors.
Oh,
The
hell
monitors
no.
drag you to be apprehended at once, but you have no recollection of what you've done to earn the ire of the white suits. You race to escape being captured, with tension building up around every corner. The Suits Have Gone Mad is a 3D monotone game based on the elements of a soul-crushing corporate environment, showing you how worthless and replaceable you are to the business.
Oh,
along
man.
with people disappearing without a second thought.
POV,
Without
Johnny
the use of
Clone
fictional
staring at
monsters,
you.
but using humans as a source of scare value, this game still manages to unsettle those who dare to climb up its
Oh God. I do not like all those big white
I
eyes
worked
staring.
at Walmart, I know that feeling.
Thank you for watching. And on this page, thanks to our members. If you are interested in supporting us, we have 3 tiers. Bronze, Silver, and Gold. Each one comes with perks. We'll do our best to keep you up to date on what's going on. And special thanks to our patrons. Again, if you are interested in supporting us, the link to our Patreon is in the bottom left-hand corner, down here. We also have a Discord link here, and a Ko-fi page. But that's enough from me. Let's see the creators of the video. Visit their social media links, if they provided you some entertainment. I'm XJ. Until next time.
Yeah, I wanted to be, since Tats is a fan of the channel.
Was that you?
No.
Tatsuki.
Yeah, since Tats is a fan of the channel, I wanted to audition to be a voiceover, but unfortunately at this time they are not looking for any more voiceover people. Sadness. So I guess I'll have to wait and see if they ever open it up again. Yeah, narrator.
I have seen your face before.
I hope it wasn't too horrifying.
It was beautiful.
Oh, shush.
She's been called one of the most haunted objects in the world.
Pause. Damn. Okay. I need a little break.
What's
so
that?
What? What's what?
Video.
It's talking about Annabelle the doll. But it's almost an hour long, so I don't know if we want to dive into that one today. Yeah. So we're gonna take a short little break. You guys, do anything you need to do. We'll be back in a minute.
This is a fun stream. Just checked at the Wikibinge channel and we got a new Squid Game edition with animated heroes. Cooking lunch, be back in a min. Take your time, don't worry. Take your time.
Yo, back. Alrighty.
Yo yo.
Flavor, about 6 cents a 7-ounce serving.
This is when serial killers appear on TV by Source Brew, I'm subscribed to him. Really good for, videos like this. Mystery, true crime, lost media, stuff like that.
Gentle for teeth as the leading children's fluoride.
I know my family, and when they'd like a snack, they'd like a...
Found a funny cougar challenge video. If you're interested, it's a long one, about an hour.
Oh gosh. Trying to avoid hour-long ones, but we'll file it for later. DM it to me.
Radio broadcasts and TV programming as a whole are not a place you would expect to find some of the most disturbed people imaginable. However, sometimes, more than a few times actually, these monsters manage to disguise themselves, act like they're normal people, and appear in various forms on live TV.
Oh, they're gonna... Yep, because there he is right there. I was gonna say they're gonna talk about the dating game serial killer where, well, they'll tell you about it, because there he is right there. He's probably going to feature that story.
Without anyone knowing or suspecting
I knew it.
in regards to the various crimes and horrible things they've done, only for it to be revealed years later. Today, we're going to discuss such cases as we describe surreal and disturbing scenarios when serial killers appear.
If you see my model go stiff, or if you see me looking down like this, I'm multitasking. I'm taking care of other stuff while I'm listening, so don't worry.
On TV.
Hey, Marshmallow. Somebody wants pets. Who wants to be a millionaire? And here's your host, Regis Philbin. Oh, there he is! Right when I said it, he showed up.
Of the modern day.
The timing was pretty good.
American versions have been going strong since the late 90s, and combined have over 1,000 episodes. As the name suggests, the show is a competition with contestants competing for $1 million prize by answering trivia questions. Usually about 10 to 15 questions, which increase your earnings.
No, Marshmallow, I don't need your help adding tags to my videos. Thank you, though.
Each of the questions typically being multiple choice with 4 possible answers. The questions tend to get harder as you progress, and contestants are given more time to answer them, with there also being the lifeline system, in which the contestant can ask an expert, the host, skip the question, phone a friend, or even ask a member of the audience. And if you get all the questions right, you win $1 million. This format was a major success across the world, not only in America and the UK, but even spawned many other international versions, such as in Russia, India, Italy, Germany, the Philippines, Australia, and the Czech Republic, which used a modified version of the game similar to the German version.
And in VR chat. I gotta get my friends to play some game show games on there because it's fun. In VR chat. Yeah. Also some Squid Game stuff in VR chat.
333rd and 334th episodes, a man named Victor Calavoda, a 27-year-old police officer, appeared on the show, where he ended up winning 320,000 Czech koruna, or about $13,000, which, adjusting for inflation, is around $22,000 USD in today's money, making it up to question 11 before being eliminated. Besides that, there isn't anything too notable about his appearance on the show. He just appears like your average guy, a regular old contestant.
I don't know, he's kind of got a serial...
Anything but.
I don't know, he's kind of got a serial killer look to him. Not that we should be judging a book by its cover. Don't get me wrong, we shouldn't do that, but... I'm not saying, I'm just saying.
Calavoda was born in Slany, Czech Republic, where he grew up and went to school, and was described as a loner and introverted, and by the time he graduated from school and started working as a police officer in Prague, His life had taken a dark turn as he attempted suicide on multiple occasions.
Oh no.
Prior to his appearance on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, he had even planned multiple murders and also almost went through with them, taking and concealing a pistol with him to the Prague metro, where he planned to kill as many people as he could,
Ooh,
but
excuse
could
me.
never find it in him to
I don't know if
actually
you heard
carry
that
out
burp.
his evil
Excuse me.
plans. About a year after his time on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, over the course of 3 days from October 13th to October 16th, 2005, Calavoda would arrive at a forest near the market town of Nedvedice, and armed with a Glock handgun would carry out a spree of murders, first killing an elderly couple, and then 3 days later, happening upon a man walking his dog, who he would brutally gun down, but ended up sparing the dog. Calavoda had been seen...
Is it wrong to say, well, at least he spared the dog?
During his murder spree and was identified by eyewitnesses, and was subsequently arrested on October 20th, 2004. In 2006, he was sentenced to life imprisonment for his horrific and senseless crimes, and was given the nickname the Forest Killer.
Hey, Ragdoll, you want to come up
Calavoda
here?
had been inspired by another mass murderer named Olga
Hey,
Hepnerova,
fluffy
who
girl.
killed 8 people in 1973. In September of 2010, Calavoda ended up taking his own life in his prison cell by slitting his wrists. It's hard to believe a guy like this, your average everyman, a police officer no less, could have such dark thoughts and desires, even before he appeared on TV, and acting on them not long after.
Oh, wait, I think I heard of this guy before on another, like, true crime, mystery, whatnot, YouTuber.
Number 1, what is your name, please? My name is Ed Edwards. Number 2.
Boy, what a plain everyman name. Ed Edwards.
My name is Ed Edwards. Number 3.
Oh Lord.
My name is Ed Edwards.
Oh, is this, To Tell the Truth? Oh, I guess this actually is Edwards.
One of the earliest American TV game shows was To Tell the Truth,
Yep.
back in 1956, and ran through various different networks and hosts until 2002, before being reintroduced in 2016 and ending its second run in 2022. The game consists of...
I watched, like the 2000s version a few times, a little bit of it, when the guy who played Elaine's boss on Seinfeld, what was his name? That actor? Yeah, when he hosted it.
4 panelists, typically celebrities, that are presented with the strange and unusual backstories of 3 individuals known as the Team of Challengers. The goal is for the panelists to ask questions to the contestants, 2 of which are lying, and 1 of which has to tell the truth. This person is the central character, with the goal being to identify this central character, parsing through the lies and finding the real one. Needless to say, the series was incredibly successful, especially in popularizing the format, as it received many international versions, inspired other game shows with similar formats, and was syndicated for over half a century. Different from most of the other cases, in October of 1972, when Edward Wayne Edwards appeared on To Tell the Truth, he was already a convicted felon. In fact, that's why he was chosen to be on the show, as the panelists were meant to guess which of them was a convicted criminal. For many, I'm sure it was hard to tell that this man, prior to his appearance on the show, was placed on the FBI's most wanted list back in 1961. He had been a career criminal.
Is it bad that he was kind of good looking, though? Just saying. No, I'm not trying to be like those weirdos that think criminals should be released because they're hot. Those people are insane, like seriously. They need to be locked up themselves or in an insane asylum.
Born in Akron,
That's
Ohio,
right,
in
I said it.
1933, he described his childhood as a rough one, growing up as an orphan, being physically and emotionally abused, and getting into trouble early on in life, ending up...
Okay, well, I pity you for that. I'm sad and I'm sorry that you had to go through that. It doesn't excuse your actions, though.
Those are the ones THST you need to check the medicine cabinet for.
What?
Up in juvenile detention and only being allowed free if he joined the U.S. Marines. During his time
What?
with the Marines, he was dishonorably discharged after going AWOL, after which he became a vagrant, working odd jobs and committing armed robberies across the U.S., and even escaping jail in Akron, Ohio in 1955 to go on a series of gas station robberies, of which he did without wearing a disguise because he wanted to be known for his crimes, which, of course, he was, after another jail escape in Portland, Oregon in 1960, leading him to the FBI's radar, and his subsequent arrest again in 1962, being held at the Federal Correctional Institution, Leavenworth in Kansas, for 5 years, before being paroled in 1967, thanks to good behavior, and his claims of rehabilitation thanks to the influence of a guard at the prison. After this, he became a motivational speaker and an author, writing about his crimes in an autobiography called The Metamorphosis of a Criminal, the true life story of Ed Edwards. It was during this time in his allegedly reformed state that he appeared on not just To Tell the Truth, but also another similar game show called What's My Line, both in 1972. Basically the same premise, involving a group of panelists questioning contestants to find out their occupation. Ed Edwards, under the guise of being reformed, was seemingly well liked on the show and in his community, at least according to his daughter April, as they had no clue of the true monster they were dealing with, whose crimes would go well beyond the bounds of just armed robbery.
Ah, he's charismatic.
Following conclusion, a pair of twos on each end. The votes are all in. Will the real Ed Edwards please stand up?
Please stand up. Please stand up.
Edwards is suspected of killing anywhere from 9 to 15 or even more victims, although he would only be convicted of 5 murders throughout his life, the first of which occurred approximately 5 years after his TV appearances and alleged rehabilitation. Edwards would end up killing a young couple from Norton, Ohio, Judith Straub and William Lavico, in August 1977, murdered brutally at
HJ's name was Ed Edwards.
Shotgun. Their murders wouldn't be solved until Edwards' arrest in 2010. He committed another double homicide in 1980 in Concord, Wisconsin, in which he murdered another young couple, Tim Hack and Kelly Drew, who were stabbed and strangled.
Excuse
on in the
me.
investigation, Ed Edwards became a person of interest in the case.
Double.
However, there was nothing to tie him to the murder, until eventually in 2010, DNA evidence was gathered and was used to convict him in these murders, as well as the ones that took place in 1977. While incarcerated, Edwards also admitted to the 1996 murder of his own foster son, Danny Boy Edwards.
Oh my
He
gosh.
murdered in the woods and buried in a shallow grave, and a ploy to cash out $250,000 on his life insurance policy. He was
Our Lord
sentenced to life in
Zedden,
prison
this
for
man
his
is a
first
demon.
4 murders, but
Oh,
given the death
definitely.
penalty for the 5th known killing, although he died a few months before he was scheduled to be executed on April 7th, 2011.
Well,
Look at that face.
at least it seems like old age was not being kind to him. He's got like an oxygen thing and everything, so at least he kind of was suffering from the ravages of old age, which are very not good. They're very cruel, so there's a little justice, I guess.
At the age
A little
of
karma.
77. However, as with many serial killers, the true extent of his crimes isn't fully known.
I
as he
am
has been
not
associated
surprised
with
cause
other
of the video
cases,
title,
such as
so
the
I already know what
1961
I'm getting
murder in
myself
Portland,
into.
Oregon, of the
Yeah, it
couple
did give you a
Beverly
warning in
Allen
the
and
beginning.
Larry Payton, although
Viewer
2 other
discretion
men were
advised.
tried and convicted in that case. His own daughter, April, suggested that there were at least 5 other unsolved murders, and likely more that
Oh
his
yeah.
father was responsible.
Also, whenever we watch stuff like this, if any of you guys feel like you can't like handle the content, you don't have to like watch it. You can opt out to watch. You know, don't worry about that. Just saying.
Responsible for. Some people even believe that Edwards could have been behind the infamous Zodiac killings in the Bay Area of California during the late 60s, at which point he would have been 35 to 36 years old. Going back to view his reformed criminal persona on those game shows is even more chilling, knowing the full history of this depraved killer, a man described by his neighbors upon his arrest as pleasant and neighborly. It was
I mean,
only
they
with the help of
always
his own
are.
daughter, who suspected him of being involved with the so-called sweetheart murders, that Edwards was finally exposed for who he truly was. Bullseye is a British TV program and game show hosted by English stand-up comedian Jim Bowen from its original run for the network ITV starting in September 1981 until its final episode on July 8, 1995, having a total of 351 episodes over the course of its run. The premise behind the show consists of 3 teams of contestants put into groups of 2, one of them being the darts player and the other being what's known as the quizzer, competing in both dart games and quizzes against the other contestants to win prizes and cash. The show was quite popular in the 80s and 90s, even at one point attracting over 200 million total viewers at its peak. On May 28, 1989, a typical episode of the game show was being filmed. One of the contestants that appeared in this episode was a man named John Cooper. He seemed like an average guy by all accounts, nothing out of the ordinary. Only one thing in hindsight stood out, his self-proclaimed unusual hobby.
You've got an unusual hobby, John. Oh, yes, there's
Go on.
scuba diving. Apparently, it's the place to do it down there, isn't it? Always that coastline. Because, is it the mountains are sort of inverted and you've got all the...
Well, we've got deep water where you can sort of swim over mountains and all sorts of things.
We hope you all have a good night with us. Give them a round of applause.
Do you remember a game show with 5 letters bingo style called?
Called what?
With a little red demon.
No.
He has a much more unusual hobby than just
Do
this.
you remember it?
Other than that, it's reported that nothing else notable can be found in the episode, although it's hard to tell because the episode has since become lost media and only has partial clips which have been circulated. John Cooper and his partner were eliminated from the game very early on in the first round, and so didn't leave much of an impact on viewers. With that being the case, it's almost certain that at the time of airing, no one would have suspected that this unassuming man would be a serial killer who, many years prior to the events of the show, had already taken...
It's not ringing a bell.
Back in 1978, John Cooper had participated in other competitions for monetary gain prior to his appearance on Bullseye, winning a Spot the Ball competition in a newspaper, typically associated with football in the UK as a promotion for the sport, in which people are made to guess the position of
It was on the Game Show Network. I'm trying to remember.
This game earned Cooper a €4,000 car.
Well, I didn't really watch it a lot. That network a lot.
Equivalent to about €500,000 today, or over $500,000. However, such is the case with most lottery and cash game winners, Cooper ended up burning through most of the money gambling and drinking, which may have been the motive behind his brutal robberies. On December 22nd, 1985, he found a large 3-story farmhouse located in Scoveston Park, Wales, in which he believed 54-year-old Helen Thomas was living alone. However, in the middle of his robbery, Helen's brother, 58-year-old Richard Thomas, returned home, which prompted Cooper to shoot and kill both siblings before dousing the house in gasoline and burning it down. During this appearance on Bullseye, just a few years prior, John Cooper had already been responsible for the deaths of at least 2 people, but even more disturbingly, only a month after his appearance on the show, on June 29, 1989, Cooper would be involved in another double murder. Along a coastal path in Pembrokeshire, Wales, Cooper encountered a couple by the names of Gwenda and Peter Dixon, who Cooper had tied up at gunpoint, stole their bank cards, and demanded the PIN numbers, before tragically ending both their lives with point-blank shots to the head. Throughout the 80s and 90s, over a decade, Cooper terrorized Wales, committing over 30 burglaries, armed robberies, and assaults, with his spree likely ending in 1998, although the true extent of some of his crimes remains uncertain, as he is possibly linked to as many as 9 murders, including the death of 72-year-old Flo Evans in 1989, shortly after the murders of Gwenda and Peter Dixon, the unsolved double murders of Megan and Harry Tews in 1993, of which the murder weapon was determined to be a shotgun, similar to the one used in the Dixon case, as well as fitting Cooper's MO, and even a 1976 double homicide of elderly brother and sister Griff and Patty Thomas, in which it was at first theorized that the brother Griff had killed his sister with a blunt object before setting himself on fire, which many had expressed doubts over, as a murder weapon was never recovered, and more so seemed like a botched robbery, which might have been the first of Cooper's robbery murders. As many have suggested, it's unlikely that his first murders were in 1985, as he would have been 40 years old at the time of the crime, and most serial killers start killing much earlier in their lives. Either way, he was finally arrested in September 2011 after a police sketch of the suspect was compared to his appearance on the Bullseye game show, which is why he is known as the Bullseye Killer, and makes it all the more disturbing when you look back and watch his seemingly innocuous appearance on the show, knowing the true monster and psychopath hiding behind his unremarkable exterior.
You see, this is why humans terrify me more than any kind of paranormal or creature or supernatural thing or whatever. Nothing terrifies me more than people, more than humans.
This is probably the most famous case of an infamous serial killer appearing.
Oh,
on
the
a
dating
TV
show,
broadcast. That
dating
being
game
the
killer.
Dating game killer, Rodney
Yeah.
Alcala, who made his debut on the show back in 1978 in the middle of his crime spree.
Demons terrify me, that and heights and drowning cause I cannot swim.
Airing in December 1965,
The moment we've been waiting
being
for.
released on various networks over the years, from the 60s all the way until 1999. The program consisted of a bachelorette who would ask questions to 3 hidden bachelors to find out which man she would want to go out on a date with, which would be paid for by the show. Over the many decades the show was airing, there have been many appearances of
Oh
celebrities
Lord,
and people
what
who would
happened
go on to
Al?
be
No
famous,
spoilers
such
goth
as
smiling
Lindsay Wagner,
face.
Leif Garrett, Steve Martin, Phil Hartman, and Burt Reynolds. On September 13th, 1978, an episode of the dating game aired featuring the bachelorette Cheryl Bradshaw and 3 bachelors, one of whom was Rodney Alcala.
He's a skydiver, so he's got a lot of nerve. He's in the motor.
Fishing face.
Say hello to Rodney Alcala. Rodney, come on and say hello.
Again, from the broadcast, he may seem like the average guy. He even won the episode. However, the bachelorette, Cheryl Bradshaw, noticed that the man was off. She described him as creepy, as did another of the bachelors that was there that day, and so fortunately chose not to go on a date with Alcala.
Yeah, he did not pass the vibe check. She listened to her instincts that something was weird about this guy.
Prior to his appearance on the game show, he had already committed a confirmed 7 murders, with many more
Vibe
likely
check failed.
undiscovered.
Yep.
He was also convicted of against a child 2 separate times, even being registered as a sex offender in
Oh Lord.
1977, a year before his time on the dating game, which makes you really question the background checking that occurred before he was able to appear on the show, given
Right?
his
Oh
extensive
Lord.
criminal history, even if they had no clue he was a serial killer. Rodney
Yeah, really.
was actually born Rodrigo Alcala to a Mexican-American family in 1943, moving to Los Angeles where he grew up, eventually joining the Army, where he was noted for being manipulative and abusive towards young women.
Oh,
One day
God.
in 1964, he had what was described as a mental breakdown and ended up deserting his post, hitchhiking from Fort
Forget
Bragg
the
in North
vibe check,
Carolina
he
all the
straight
way
up
to his
failed.
mother's house in California. He
Mhm.
was subsequently evaluated by military psychiatrists, where he was diagnosed with a litany of mental disorders, such as antisocial personality disorder, narcissistic personality disorder, sexual sadism, psychopathy, and malignant narcissism.
Oh,
He was
dear.
also determined to have a well above average IQ of an estimated score of 135. Because of these diagnoses, he was discharged from the Army and would begin
Lord.
his chilling and extensive criminal history.
We
In
got the
September
jackpot of
1968,
psychopaths
Alcala
here.
brutally assaulted an 8-year-old girl after luring her into his apartment, where she was found in a pool of blood and unconscious.
Oh my God.
Miraculously, the child survived, but spent
Oh,
months
good.
recovering and was in a coma for 32 days. Now roaming New York City under
He
the
makes
alias
Jeff
of John
Ryder look
Kruger,
sane.
Alcala murdered and flight attendant Cornelia Crilly
yeah.
in her apartment in June 1971. During this time, he was added to the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives list and was eventually noticed and arrested before being extradited back to California for the attempted murder of the 8-year-old child, whose family had since moved to Mexico,
Top 10.
which left the prosecutors unwilling to charge Alcala with the attempted murder, and leading him to only being sentenced to a measly 3 years in prison before being paroled in 1974.
Dharma, correction.
It was after all of this that he was again arrested in 1977 for the assault of a 13-year-old girl, and was still paroled after only serving 2
Demon.
years. Not long after this, he would kill again in New York, that same year in July, murdering Ellen Jane Hover. It was also around this time he started to convince people that he was a photographer, eerily like he is introduced as in the dating game.
An unhinged one.
Yep.
He had taken thousands of
unhinged is a good word.
And even of some
Demon
of his
is listening
murdered
to
victims,
story
it
time.
was
I
only
wanna
after
hear
his
story
initial
time.
attempts on the dating game that his main and infamous spree of crimes in California would begin. A time where there were multiple active and notorious serial killers operating at the same time in the same region, which confused law enforcement and investigators, occasionally attributing victims of Alcala to the Hillside Strangler, who would turn out
Bro
to be a
is real
separate
life
duo of
chaos
killers.
realm.
In November of 1977, he assaulted and killed 18-year-old Jill Terry Barcombe in Los Angeles. Originally thought to be a victim of the Hillside Strangler, she had been beaten and strangled by Alcala. Later that December, police discovered the body of 27-year-old Georgia Marie Wickstead, a nurse who was reported missing by coworkers after not showing up for her shift, and had been viciously murdered by Alcala in her apartment, which had been forcibly entered. On June 24th, 1978, 31-year-old secretary Charlotte Lee Lamb was found strangled inside of the laundry room of her apartment complex, where she had been and posed post-mortem. In February of 1979, he picked up a 15-year-old hitchhiker named Monique Hoyt and drove her to his apartment, where he subjected her to unspeakable things, taking multiple pictures and even beating her head in with a rock. Luckily, however, she was able to escape and file a police report against Alcala.
Oh,
But
good.
somehow, this monster was able to evade justice and was released on bail.
That's straight
Now,
up
this was even
Netherrealm
allowed to
chaos
happen
is
after
not even
everything he's
close.
done, and all his known crimes up until this point is beyond anyone's comprehension. In 1 week, from June 13th to the 20th, he would assault and kill another woman he had met before multiple times at a club named Jill Marie Parento, and a 12-year-old girl named Robin Christine Sampson.
See, that's a really good question about the background check. How did none of this shit, or even at the very least that psych evaluation he got, how did none of this come up? Did they even do a background check? Like, come on.
Friends had seen her with Alcala and recognized him, and was able to help detectives create a sketch, which was subsequently identified by Alcala's parole officer, leading to his arrest in July of 1979, where he was finally held without bail, going on trial for the murder of Christine Samso. Eventually, Alcala was then connected to all of the previous murders.
That's like a red
mostly through
flag
DNA
alarm.
evidence
No
left at
one
the scenes
bothered
of
to
the
check.
crimes. Alcala was originally sentenced to death. However, the sentence was never carried out, as he died of a heart attack in 2021 at the age of 77.
Good riddance,
He was convicted of
scumbag.
8 total murders. However, the number of possible or even suspected victims has been up to 130, as there are many unidentified women and children that were photographed by
That's
Alcala
karma
who could have been
retribution.
potential victims. 120 of the photographs were released to the public in hopes that they would shed some light on potential cold cases, although they weren't linked to any unsolved murders or missing persons cases until 2013. In 2011, he was linked to, but never charged with the murder due to lack of DNA or fingerprint evidence, of Pamela Jean Lamson, who disappeared on October 9th, 1977, after going to meet with a photographer who agreed to take pictures of her. In 2016, he was also charged with the murder of Christine Ruth Thornton, who was last seen hitchhiking in June 1977, until her body was discovered in Wyoming along Interstate 30 back in 1982, although her identity was unknown until 2015, when her DNA was matched with her relatives. Alcala had in his possession an image of Thornton riding on a motorcycle, wearing a shirt recognized by her sister. Besides these cases, he was a person of interest in many unsolved homicides and disappearances, specifically in Washington state, including the cold cases of Cherry Ann Greenman, Antoinette Jean Whitaker, and Joyce Francine Gaunt. All I can really say is just about everything about this case is frustrating.
There's a
The
pattern
amount of
here.
times he was allowed to post
Was
bail,
hitchhiking
or
a thing in the
paroled, even
70s?
given the extent of his criminal history.
Oh yeah, back in the old days like that, especially in the the 70s, 80s, hitchhiking was seen as, it was just a thing you did, and it was pretty normal to do. And that was back before they started connecting hitchhiking, leading to a lot of people going missing or turning up dead. Then that's when we started to ingrain in the public, hey, maybe don't do that. That's not very safe. Stranger danger. But yeah.
Missing.
Yeah, back then it was pretty much a normal thing to do. Everybody did it practically.
History is truly an unforgivable mistake that hopefully lawmakers, judges, and law enforcement have learned from since. As with monsters like Rodney Alcala, there is no rehabilitation, no guilt or remorse for their crimes. And thankfully, Cheryl Bradshaw could sense
Your
something was off about
hitchhiker
this
is
man
either
during his
someone gonna
appearance
be
on the video
serial
game,
killed or someone
possibly
who's a
narrowly
serial
avoiding a
killer.
gruesome fate herself.
Yep.
I need to ask my mom about this since she was born in 69.
No, I never said my name was Ed.
Ever since 1975, the Howard Stern Show,
Oh, that's that guy that called in on the Howard Stern show claiming to be a serial killer.
one of the most influential and recognized American radio shows, has been airing, hosted by Howard Stern, a broadcaster and media
Don't make a joke
personality
about the
that has
funny
since made
number
waves in
LOL.
discussing political and cultural events in a black
Yeah,
comedy
especially
and
not
satirical
during
manner,
a video
but
like
it's not
this.
without its
Come on,
critics.
guys.
Many listeners latched onto Stern's unfiltered and edgy style, which eventually led to a lot of controversial takes and content, which the show was known for being embroiled in throughout the years. The show would consist of various celebrity interviews, comedy sketches, music showcases, conversation
Hey, it's
with guests,
Beetlejuice.
and callers from home. One of these call-in guests would give one of
Nobody
the most
liked
interesting
Howard Stern.
interviews in the
I
history
can't
of the
question
show.
why.
Back in August 1997,
Well, he's not exactly the best person. He's done some pretty not cool things. You can look into it if you need
No
to.
spoilers.
a man calling himself Clay would call into the show and claim to be an active serial killer who had killed 12 women
Shushing
in New
face.
Orleans, Louisiana.
Okay, Clay, so what happened? How many prostitutes have you killed?
12.
Stern and his co-host, Robin Quivers, would question the man to find out details about him and his alleged crimes, trying to gauge how the man will respond,
Oh, Lord.
but also to see if what he's saying is at all credible. He admits to strangling one victim, but says he mostly uses a hammer as a murder weapon, claiming to have killed twice in a parking garage.
Just pretty open about it. Damn.
Once.
How else did you kill him?
Well, a few times, actually most times with a hammer.
And where do you do this primarily?
I've done it twice in a parking garage.
His nonchalant, casual nature about what he's saying live
They
on
gonna
air
find
as he
him.
admits to these murders is probably the most unsettling aspect of the whole thing.
Dude, you're a serial killer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
When Stern asks if he started off killing cats or something similar, he explains he started off with killing rats, as is typical behavior for serial killers, starting with helpless small animals before moving on to humans.
No
He claims to
spoilers.
have killed his first victim at the age of 16, and he even says he originally planned to have a signature with each kill, trying to attract attention from the police and prompt an investigation.
Yeah.
But let me ask you something. You were sending clues that you were going to do this?
No, I was.
He was gonna like.
doing that.
He was gonna leave like a note for the newspapers, and
But you decided not to.
he didn't want to be famous or draw attention to himself. But my problem is,
No, that's what I wanted to do, but
but you did, but no one noticed the clues.
I never sent the clues. I never left anything. I wanted to have my own little signature.
Right.
I wanted the thumb paint.
Oh,
With your thumbs.
Oh, really?
what do you want to do?
Thumb paint with their thumbs.
Thumb paint what though?
I don't know.
Oh, anything. It was in a comic book a couple of years ago. Just seemed like a good idea.
Like you take the girl you killed, you dip her thumbs in paint, and then you do like a thumb painting
Yeah.
on a piece of paper.
Yeah.
At this point in the call, it seems Stern is
Interesting.
a little more convinced that this might actually be genuine, and starts trying to extract relevant details
Oh
from
Lord,
the caller,
goth I'll
such
be
as asking
RB.
if he's white, which he says he is.
Alrighty.
It's an important detail, because the caller claims the only suspect in the murders was a black police officer. He also specifies that a lot of the victims were also black women.
You're a white guy?
Yeah, Howard, that's pretty funny because the only suspect they had when they started finding the bodies was a black police officer.
Jeez.
Turns out one of them was associated with them.
He goes on to claim to have killed 2 people in one night, one in New Orleans and another in Mississippi, and when asked why he hasn't killed in months, almost a year, he responds chillingly.
So why do you think you stopped killing all of a sudden?
I really don't know, Howard. Part of it had to do with my car broke down.
Stern pries for more details, asking if he has any tattoos, to which he says he doesn't. But one of the last things he says in the interview is possibly the most disturbing.
Sometimes I ask them,
You know, I wonder why they don't make many detective games anymore. Crime murder is fascinating.
Right. And then you go ahead and you kill him.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there you go.
After this interview was aired, many people became interested in learning more about this Clay character, and if he was actually a real serial killer. Many people doubted it, most thinking it was all a hoax made up by the caller, and some even thought it was a stunt by Howard and his team to drum up ratings and engagement, as he had been known to employ some controversial stunts in the past in order to get viewership. However, it seems after the interview, at least according to Howard, he was contacted by the FBI and asked to provide the full recording to them. For those who believed the story of Clay was authentic, they started looking into cold cases and unsolved murders of prostitutes in the New Orleans area, which led many to the case of the Storyville Slayer, a serial killer operating in New Orleans from 1991 to 1996, killing at least 12 victims, just like the caller claimed to have done. And that's not where the similarities end. Most of the victims were women of African American descent, as described by the caller, and in 1991, an anonymous woman was strangled after having a conversation with a man in Algiers, but was dropped off and survived, which aligns with a segment of the interview in which the man claims he let a few of the women live.
Do you ever look into their eyes and go, gee, these people were just children at one point, and maybe they just had a tough life?
I've let a couple go.
You have. Like, what happened? You're in the middle of killing them, and then they what do they say? Why would you let one go and kill the other?
There was this one.
Go ahead.
I think she was probably really new to it.
Yeah.
There was just something about her. Maybe she reminded me of my ex-fiance, but...
Right. You somehow relate...
More of an innocent quality.
You somehow felt bad for her.
Yeah.
Most interesting, though, was that in 1995, 2 years before the interview, it was announced that police officer Victor Gant was the prime suspect in the case, and just as Clay had brought up, he was an African-American man that matched the sketch provided by the anonymous woman that had been kidnapped and almost killed. He also had accusations of abuse towards his roommate, Sharon Robinson, who was one of the victims in the case. He also had a notorious reputation for being a corrupt cop who ran criminal operations, such as racketeering. No conclusive DNA evidence or otherwise could be found that would tie him to the death of Robinson or any of the other victims. However, there was another suspect in the killings, a white man by the name of Russell Elwood, a homeless vagrant who was found suspiciously at one of the crime scenes, and even admitted to his cellmates that he was responsible for the murders while in jail. It's unlikely this man was the caller in question, though, as he was locked up when the call took place. He was still eventually found guilty of killing Cheryl Lewis, at least one of the known victims, and was sentenced to life without parole. He very well could be the Storyville Slayer, or he may unfortunately still be out there. And is the caller Clay that person? It's hard to say. Most of the information provided by the caller could have been gleaned from news sources and doesn't necessarily prove he was the true killer, and he doesn't seem to provide any information that can be corroborated that only the killer would know. He also claimed to use a hammer in these murders, but most if not all were drugged, beaten, and strangled. Either way, the call is still chilling to listen to, especially after you learn that without a doubt, the murders he discusses, whether he committed them or not, really did happen, and that killer may be still walking free.
Ooh.
ceux qui veulent votre place, Greg. Nous accueillons Jocelyn de Mordel, éducateur spécialisé. Kim Bordeaux, auditeur comptable. François la Grande Motte, retraité policier.
Oh. There he is.
This is possibly the most disturbing case on this list. Not just because of the horrific crimes committed, but also because of the recency of his television appearance. It's one thing for a serial killer to slip through the cracks, revealing themselves to the public on game shows in the 80s, 90s, 70s, early 2000s even, but what about 2019? Everyone Wants to Take His or Her Place is a French game show first airing in July of 2006, with a game featuring 6 contestants that take turns answering various questions, typical of the trivia game format, before one of them is selected as the challenger, who will take on the champion, a previous winner on the show, with the goal of them taking their place as the new champion. The longer you remain the champion without someone else taking your place, as the title suggests, you then accumulate more winnings and prize money. It seemed like a standard episode of the show. One of the contestants eliminated during the first round that many didn't bat an eye at was 57-year-old Francois Verove.
François, vous n'avez pas réagi. Greg vous a présenté François la Grande Motte. Pas du tout réagi, vous êtes resté zen.
The host acknowledges that the man was once a policeman, to which Francois responds, yes, on foot, on motorbike, and horseback, smiling as he says it. Little did the host or anyone in the audience know that this man was behind a 35-year-old manhunt for a notorious serial killer who assaulted countless victims and killed anywhere from 3 to 9 or even more people from 1986 to 1994.
Oh no, I think this is the guy that I heard about on another YouTuber's video.
All the while, he operated as a police officer of the National Police, as well as a member of the National Gendarmerie. At the time, the suspect was known as the Pockmarked Man, thanks to
this is him.
Victims and witnesses of a young man described as having distinct acne scars on his face. To many, he seemed to be a normal guy, described as a gentleman, although had a dark past and a quick temper. He had thoughts at a young age and told his psychiatrist that he was by his father. His first murder would occur on April 7th, 1986, when he would assault and attempt to murder an 8-year-old girl in the basement of her apartment building. However, she would luckily end up surviving the attempt. A month later, witnesses would identify a pockmarked man as a person of interest in the death of 11-year-old Cecile Bloch. A year later, in April of 1987, he killed Giles Politi and Irmgard Muller in an apartment in Paris, who had both been tortured and attacked with a knife. In October of that year, he assaulted a 14-year-old girl after claiming to be a police officer and handcuffing his victim, believing her alive after he raided her apartment. He struck again many years later in 1994, when he abducted and assaulted an 11-year-old girl at an abandoned farmhouse before fleeing the scene. It was clear to the police that the police officer thing wasn't just a cover. The sadistic killer was one of their own. Known for flashing his badge, using police equipment like handcuffs, and using jargon typically only used by cops. Still, the police had no way of knowing at the time who could have been responsible, as Francois was able to stay ahead of investigators thanks to his inside knowledge of the police. That was until the advancement of DNA technology, when finally, decades later in 2021, 2 years after his chilling appearance on the French game show, DNA samples of the active officers during the time of the crimes and in the same area were requested, and Francois was on that list. Receiving his official summons and knowing his time was up, and that it was only a matter of time before he was linked to the murders, he instead chose to take his own life, overdosing on barbiturates and alcohol, leaving behind a note which detailed his heinous crimes and how he committed what he called unforgivable acts because of certain impulses, but claimed to have not committed any crimes since 1997, which implies that he indeed is responsible for many more disgusting cases which haven't been linked back to him just yet, as the latest victim was the anonymous girl in 1994, known only as Ingrid G. One of the most vicious and disturbed killers in France's history was not only a police officer and a family man, but even appears just as a typical older guy, laughing and cracking jokes on a Saturday night game show, answering trivia questions with no one any the wiser, and likely would have gotten away with his crimes had it not been for the diligence of an investigative judge taking over the case and the impressive leaps forensic technology has made in the last few decades. Watching back these clips, there is a certain eeriness which can't be replicated. It makes you wonder, with all the people you see on TV, or even out there in the real world, at some point you must have seen a killer out there, and you didn't even know it. Just like the people on these very broadcasts. That's the truly terrifying part. They don't look like monsters or evil and sadistic killers. They just look like regular people.
Alrighty then. Ooh, that was a dark one.
Well.
At least 20 boats of tourists who had gathered around an area to watch the shark work. And we had this...
Woo! Alright. Something, a little more lighthearted, maybe. Well, not so much lighthearted, but it's not real. It's about a movie. This is, the deleted scene from Jaws that no one was supposed to see by the unseen, and I think I know which one they're talking about. But first, I have to go check on my food. I'll be right back. Boop. Be-womp, I'm back.
At least 20 boats of tourists who had gathered around an area to watch the shark work. And we had the shark on a huge 90-foot platform 30 feet underwater. And at the press of a hydraulic button and pulling a lever back, supposedly the shark comes shooting out of the water head first. And this is absolutely
Looks like a deleted scene of Johnny's Animality.
The shark came up.
Oh, come on.
It just came up tail first, and it was like a 25-foot moon.
In 1974, a young director filmed the most violent scene of his career for the movie Jaws. During a test screening, the scene left the audience sick and fainting. Universal Studios stepped in and demanded the scene be cut. Now, 50 years later, shocking behind-the-scenes photos reveal what really happened during filming and why this scene was too extreme, even for Hollywood's most famous monster movie. The story of Jaws began in 1973 with a lucky discovery. Producers Richard D. Zanuck and David Brown both came across Peter Benchley's unpublished book. Brown's wife, Helen, edited Cosmopolitan
Nice mustache.
and he found the story mentioned in its
Well, it was the 70s, baby.
A short note said, the plot could make a great movie. That one line sparked an idea that would change Hollywood forever. The two producers read the book in a single night. They couldn't put it down. The next day, they agreed it was the most thrilling story they had ever read. Without thinking twice, they bought the film rights. Later, Brown admitted that if they'd read the book more carefully, they might have seen how hard it would be to film. But their excitement won, and they jumped in head first. Universal Studios backed them up. They bought the rights to Jaws for $175,000 before the book was even published. It was a gamble, but it paid off. When the book came out in 1974, it became a massive bestseller, staying on the charts for
I have to
nearly a
get.
year. If Universal
I have to get that. I have the novels of 1 and 2. They were my mom's books, and I have them now. But I have the ones that have the movie covers on it. I have to find and get the original, that original cover that you just saw. I need a copy of the book with that original cover.
had waited, the rights would have cost a fortune. Thanks to their early decision, the movie stayed on track. Finding a director wasn't as easy. Steven Spielberg, just 26 years old, had worked with the producers on a small movie called The Sugarland Express. They thought he'd be perfect. Spielberg wasn't so sure.
Dang, he was 26 when he made this movie?
Was about a truck chasing a man, and Jaws felt similar to him. He worried about being labeled as someone who only made monster movies. He even tried to quit, but Universal wouldn't let him. They made him stay, and it turned out to be the best decision for his career. When Jaws was approved for production, it had a modest $3.5 million budget and a planned shooting schedule of 55 days. These numbers seemed reasonable at the time, but they quickly proved to be far too optimistic. The making of Jaws was full of problems that almost ruined the movie. Casting the actors was one of the first big challenges. Steven Spielberg wanted Jon Voight to play Hooper, but things changed when Richard Dreyfuss got involved. At first, Dreyfuss didn't want the role. Then, on January 3rd, 1974, he changed his mind. He had just finished filming The Apprenticeship of Duddy Kravitz and wasn't happy with his performance. Feeling unsure about his career, he called Spielberg and said yes. This happened only a few months before filming started, showing how rushed everything was. For the character of Quint, Spielberg had other actors in mind, like Lee Marvin and Sterling Hayden, but both said no. That's how Robert Shaw got the part. Moreover, Spielberg didn't want Jaws to be just a scary shark movie. He wanted it to have funny moments too, so it wouldn't feel too dark or serious. That's where Carl Gottlieb came in. He was a comedy writer Spielberg knew from The Odd Couple. Just weeks before filming began, Spielberg asked him to help with the script. Gottlieb quickly shared ideas that impressed Spielberg so much, he brought him to Boston. What was supposed to be a small job turned into a full-time role. Gottlieb rewrote scenes almost every night, sitting with Spielberg and the cast during dinner. They'd talk about what worked, what didn't, and sometimes even come up with new dialogue on the spot. One of the funniest and most memorable scenes, the one where Brody, Hooper, and Quint compare scars, came out of these dinner conversations. Then Spielberg made another decision that would increase his troubles. Instead of filming in a studio tank, like most directors would, he decided to shoot in the real Atlantic Ocean. People warned him it would be a huge mistake, but Spielberg wanted the movie to feel real. He set up his crew on Martha's Vineyard, a pretty island in Massachusetts. At first, it seemed like the perfect place, but things quickly went wrong. To film the shark, they needed a spot that looked far from land but was still shallow, about 30 feet deep. They found a location, but it turned out to be a terrible choice. The ocean never cooperated. Calm water would suddenly turn rough, pushing the boats out of position. The crew had to keep re-anchoring the 16 boats, which wasted hours. By the time they were ready, the sun would move, and they couldn't shoot. Some days, Spielberg only got 2 good shots. It was exhausting for everyone. Cast and crew battled seasickness, sunburn, and long hours under the hot sun. Even the locals, who were excited at first, started to hate the film crew. One day, angry residents even threw fish guts at Spielberg's rented house. Then,
well, damn.
There was the shark. The mechanical shark, nicknamed Bruce after Spielberg's lawyer, was supposed to be the star of the movie. But it was a disaster. The first time they tested it in the ocean, it sank straight to the bottom. The salt water messed up the shark's hydraulics and caused it to break down constantly. Its rubber skin soaked up water, making it look warped and fake. Spielberg was so frustrated, he once shouted, "I want to kill this shark." Divers spent hours fishing pieces of it out of the ocean. Filming
LOL.
slowed to a crawl, and everyone's patience.
Yeah, it was very rough.
Very quickly, things got out of control. By July 1974, only 2 months into filming, the budget had exploded by
I say it was well worth it.
and they were
Oh yeah, it
already
definitely
49
was.
days behind schedule. Filming dragged on through the summer and fall, finally wrapping up on October 6th, 1974, more than 150 days after it started. The costs kept piling up, reaching as high as $12 million, more than triple the original budget. For Steven Spielberg, a young director at just 27 years old, this was terrifying. He thought his career might be over before it even began. The producers, David Brown and Richard Zanuck, joked that they felt their careers were sinking, along with the malfunctioning shark. Universal Studios, the company paying for the film, was furious. Executives kept visiting the set, desperate to cut costs and finish the movie. All the delays caused another problem. The release date had to move. The film was supposed to come out at Christmas 1974, but they had to push it to the summer of 1975. On top of all the production problems, there were constant fights between the actors. Robert Shaw, who played the grizzled fisherman Quint, often clashed with Richard Dreyfuss, who played the young oceanographer Hooper. Shaw was an intense method actor, while Dreyfuss was more casual and modern in his style. Their off-screen arguments mirrored the tension between their characters. Shaw teased Dreyfuss relentlessly, calling him Hollywood and questioning his acting. He even fired a fire extinguisher at him once and, in another heated moment, grabbed him by the neck. Shaw's drinking only made things worse. He often drank heavily between takes, which led to unpredictable behavior. One day, he was too drunk to deliver Quint's famous speech about the USS Indianapolis. The next day, after apologizing to Spielberg, he gave a perfect performance in one take, creating one of the most powerful moments in the movie. Dreyfuss, meanwhile, was struggling with his own issues. He often had panic attacks while filming, especially on the cramped boat set. He worried about his career and whether the film would succeed, which only made things harder. Roy Scheider, who played Chief Brody, tried to stay neutral and keep the peace, but the tension on set affected everyone. Spielberg had to deal with all of this while trying to finish the movie. He later admitted that making Jaws was the hardest experience of his career, but somehow, all the chaos worked in the film's favor. The music in Jaws is unforgettable. It's built on just 2 notes, E and F, that repeat over and over. It might sound simple, but those notes created some of the scariest moments in movie history. When Steven Spielberg first heard John Williams play the theme on the piano, he laughed. He thought it was a joke, but Williams explained that the music had to feel raw and unstoppable, just like a shark. Spielberg trusted him, and it turned out to be a genius idea. The music wasn't the same all the time, though. Williams changed how it sounded, depending on what was happening. Sometimes the theme played slowly and softly, making you feel like something bad was coming. Other times, it sped up and got louder, making the danger feel real and close. Williams made 47 versions of the theme for the movie, each one fitting a specific scene. What's surprising about Jaws is how little you actually
That's giving
see
way!
It's only on screen for about 4 minutes in the entire movie.
Mm-hmm.
The reason was simple. The mechanical shark didn't work most of the time. At first, this seemed like a huge problem, but Spielberg turned it into a strength. Instead of showing the shark, he made you feel it. He used shots from the shark's point of view to make it seem like it was always watching and waiting. He also used yellow barrels to show where the shark was. Whenever the barrels came up, you knew danger was near, even if you didn't see the shark. Some of the scariest moments happened because Spielberg
Guy
let
is a
your
genius.
imagination do the work.
Mm-hmm.
For example, in one scene, a woman...
Honestly, especially for us with thalassophobia, the fact that you can't see it makes it even scarier.
...is attacked in the water. You don't see the shark. You only see her panic and hear her screams. That makes it even scarier.
Mm-hmm.
And when the shark finally shows up later in the movie, it's shocking because you've been waiting for it the whole time. This approach of showing less but building more suspense changed how many directors made scary movies after Jaws. Even small changes made a big difference. For example, the line, "You're gonna need a bigger boat," wasn't in the script. Roy
Scheider
That's
improv.
why I never swim in the ocean. I think a giant octopus abomination is gonna pull me under and suck the meat off my bones.
Understandable.
on the spot, and Spielberg decided to keep it.
Mm-hmm.
When the shark
He
couldn't do
improv'd
what
it.
they wanted, Spielberg found simpler ways to shoot scenes. In one scene, the shark was supposed to jump onto the boat, but that didn't work. Instead, they showed the shark smashing through a window, which was just as exciting and much easier to film. The original Alex Kintner death scene in Jaws was supposed to be one of the scariest and most shocking moments in the movie. It was filmed in July 1974 at Katama Bay in Martha's Vineyard and planned to show a terrifying shark attack in graphic detail. In the scene, Alex, played by 11-year-old Jeffrey Voorhees, is floating peacefully on his yellow raft. Everything seems calm until, out of nowhere, the massive mechanical shark, nicknamed Bruce, bursts out of the water. The shark grabs the raft, with Alex still on it, shaking it violently. Blood was supposed to gush everywhere, turning the water red. To make the scene look real, the crew created a dummy of Alex. It was incredibly detailed, with arms that could move and a body filled with fake blood and organs.
Ew.
The shark was designed to tear the dummy apart, while pressurized blood bags exploded to create a gruesome effect. The team even added screams and the sound of bones crunching.
Oh my God.
As terrifying as possible. The result was so intense that even some of the filmmakers felt it might be too much. When the scene was shown...
Okay, so this is not the scene that I thought they were going to talk about. I thought they were going to talk about the alternate version of that lifeguard guy who gets killed in the pond area. You know, where his son was.
During a test screening in 1975, the reaction was immediate, and not in a good way. People in the audience were terrified. Some fainted, and a few even threw up.
Animality.
The scene was too extreme, especially for a movie aiming for a PG rating. If the scene stayed in the film, the rating would have been bumped up to R, which could have hurt its chances at the box office.
Mm-hmm.
Steven Spielberg, the director, decided to cut it. He realized that showing less might actually be scarier. By focusing on reactions and leaving much of the attack to the audience's imagination, the scene became more suspenseful and terrifying. Spielberg's decision wasn't easy for everyone. The special effects team, led by Bob Matty, had worked hard on the shark.
Yeah, I was about to say, they probably were a little miffed that they went through all that work for it not to be used after all.
This scene. They were proud of what they had created and disappointed it was cut. But Spielberg believed the film would be stronger if the shark stayed hidden for most of the movie. The final version of the scene is now one of the most memorable in the film, even without all the gore. Audiences still felt the terror of the attack, proving that sometimes less is more.
Yep.
Spielberg's choice to focus on suspense instead of graphic violence helped make Jaws a classic and change the way horror movies were made. Years later, a rare behind-the-scenes photo of the original scene surfaced online. It shows the shark lunging at the Alex dummy on the raft, its jaws wide open. But this wasn't the only scene. There's a scene in the estuary that is also very terrifying. It happens about halfway through the film, when Chief Brody's son Michael is sailing
Yeah.
with his friends
This is the scene I'm talking about.
in a calm, enclosed pond. Everything feels safe, but that safety doesn't last. Suddenly, the giant shark, 25 feet long, appears out of nowhere. It flips boats, causes panic, and brings terror to a place that seemed harmless. What makes this scene scarier is that it happens in broad daylight. Earlier attacks in the movie were at night or on the beach, but this one feels even more shocking because it's in a place where no one expected danger.
Hear ye, Johnny.
The scene is intense, with wide shots showing the chaos in the water and close-ups of terrified people. John Williams's famous music builds up slowly, making the moment even more nerve-wracking. This is also the first time we actually see the shark. Up until now, Spielberg kept it hidden, letting our imaginations run wild. Here, we get quick glimpses. Its fins, a flash of its huge body, but not too much.
Yeah,
This makes
you
the
see
shark
just
more
a
real
little,
and more terrifying.
a glimpse of it.
Spielberg was smart to wait this long to show it, because the suspense had been building for the whole movie. There was another scene filmed right after this one, but it didn't make it into the final movie.
Why didn't they show any of that? They have footage of that alternate take of the pond scene. Why didn't they show any of it?
It was called the paddleboat attack, and it was much more graphic. In this scene, a man in a paddleboat tries to help Michael, but the shark attacks him instead.
Or is this the one they're talking about? Alright, I'm getting confused.
The shark grabs him out of the boat, with his body hanging out of its mouth, still alive and bleeding. Blood would have been everywhere, and Michael would have seen the whole thing up close, completely frozen in fear. The man screams while the shark drags him underwater, leaving behind just a pool of blood and bubbles. Spielberg decided to cut this scene because it was too violent. He thought it didn't fit with the rest of the movie, which relied on building suspense instead of showing too much gore. By cutting the paddleboat scene, Spielberg kept the focus on suspense, and that's one of the reasons Jaws became such a classic. When Universal Pictures released Jaws, they didn't just create a hit movie. They changed how films were marketed forever. They spent $1.8 million on promotion, which was unheard of back then because they believed it could be a huge summer success. At that time, summer wasn't even a popular season for big movies. To grab attention, the marketing team came up with something brand new: short, 30-second ads on TV. These played during the most popular shows just days before the movie came out. The ads showed the now famous image of a shark heading toward a swimmer, with John Williams's scary theme music.
Oh, the TV spots.
Immediately. This kind of intense advertising had never been done before, and it made everyone curious about the movie. They also tried something bold with how they showed the film. Usually, studios would release movies in a few theaters first, and then slowly expand to more. But Universal released Jaws in 464 theaters all at once on June 20th, 1975. Combined with all the TV ads, it felt like the whole country was waiting to see this movie. And it worked. In just its first weekend, Jaws made $7 million, a record at the time. But they didn't stop there. Universal also made Jaws-themed merchandise, like T-shirts and shark-tooth necklaces, and partnered with a publisher to re-release the book the movie was based on. The book sold millions of copies, making the movie even more popular. This kind of cross-promotion was a game changer and became the
Till
standard
years
for
later
big
with
movies
marketing.
later on. The success of Jaws at the box office was shocking. It earned $260 million in the U.S. alone, which, adjusted for today's money, is about $1.52 billion.
Wow.
It quickly became the highest-grossing movie ever at the time, beating The Godfather in less than 3 months. It was also the first film to make $100 million just in rentals for the studio, a huge milestone. And it wasn't just popular in the U.S. It earned over $470 million worldwide. The success even helped Universal's parent company, MCA, with its stock going up 22% in 1 month. Critics loved the movie too. People praised Steven Spielberg's direction, the actors, and how the movie kept audiences on the edge of their seats. Famous critic Roger Ebert gave it 4 stars and called it a perfect thriller. The film won 3 Oscars for editing, sound, and its incredible music, and was even nominated for Best Picture. Over the years, Jaws has been consistently ranked as one of the greatest American movies ever made. But the impact of Jaws wasn't just about awards or money. It completely changed how Hollywood worked. It showed that a simple, exciting story could become a massive hit if it was marketed well. This idea of a blockbuster, a movie with big appeal and even bigger marketing, started with Jaws. It also shifted when big movies came out. Before, winter was the best time for major releases, but Jaws made summer the new go-to season for blockbusters. Jaws also inspired a wave of similar creature feature movies, showing that genre films could be both massive hits and critically loved. Movies like Star Wars and Jurassic Park wouldn't exist as we know them without Jaws. After Jaws, Spielberg took a risk with Close Encounters of the Third Kind in 1977. It was very different from Jaws, exploring themes of curiosity and human connection with the unknown. The budget soared to $19.4 million, making studio executives nervous. But the gamble paid off when the film earned over $288 million globally. Its special effects were groundbreaking for the time, especially the climactic scene with the alien mothership, which cost $3.3 million to create. The film's famous 5-note musical theme used to communicate with aliens became a pop culture phenomenon. Interestingly, Spielberg originally imagined it as a small documentary-style film about UFO believers, but it grew into something much grander. The success earned him his first Oscar nomination for Best Director, proving he was more than a commercial filmmaker. Spielberg's versatility as a director became evident in the years that followed. In 1982, he released E.T. the Extraterrestrial, which became the highest-grossing movie ever at the time, a record it held until Jurassic Park surpassed it in 1993. E.T. showed Spielberg's ability to create heartfelt stories filled with wonder and emotion. Then, in 1993, Spielberg made 2 very different films. Jurassic Park revolutionized the use of CGI and became a massive box office success, earning over $900 million. Later that year, he directed Schindler's List, a powerful black-and-white Holocaust drama. This deeply personal film earned him his first Academy Award for Best Director. Spielberg donated his profits from the movie to establish the Shoah Foundation, dedicated to preserving Holocaust survivor testimonies. The contrast between the 2 films showcased his incredible range, moving effortlessly between blockbuster entertainment and meaningful historical storytelling. Beyond directing, Spielberg made a huge impact as a producer and studio founder. In 1981, he started Amblin Entertainment, which produced hits like the Back to the Future trilogy. The first Back to the Future film, released in 1985, was the highest-grossing movie of the year and became a beloved franchise. Amblin also produced popular TV shows, including ER and animated hits like Tiny Toon Adventures. In 1994, Spielberg co-founded DreamWorks SKG with Jeffrey Katzenberg and David Geffen, creating Hollywood's first new major studio in 60 years. DreamWorks quickly became known for both live-action and animated films. Early hits included Saving Private Ryan, which won Spielberg his second Oscar for Best Director, and animated blockbusters like Shrek.
Didn't know we're watching a documentary, lol.
DreamWorks cemented Spielberg's legacy as a vision.
Well, it was supposed to. I thought it was just going to be about that one scene. I didn't know they were going to cover the entire thing about Spielberg.
Modern cinema, both behind the camera and as a producer. After starring as Chief Brody in Jaws, Roy Scheider became a big star. The movie's success made him one of the most sought-after actors in Hollywood. He quickly got roles in other major films. In 1976, he acted alongside Dustin Hoffman and Laurence Olivier in the thriller Marathon Man, which solidified his status as a leading man. Then, in 1979,
but still a legend either way.
Performances as Joe Gideon in All That Jazz. The film, based on director Bob Fosse's life, earned him an Oscar nomination for Best Actor. It was a huge hit and is now considered a classic. Despite not wanting to return, Scheider played Chief Brody again in Jaws 2, 1978. While the sequel didn't match the first movie's critical success, it still made a lot of money. Over $200 million worldwide. After that, he left the franchise for good. In the 1980s, Scheider kept choosing interesting roles. He starred in 2010, The Year We Make Contact, the sequel to 2001, A Space Odyssey, and in 52
I Love You, Avatar.
Crime thriller. In the 1990s, he took on a new challenge by
Thanks.
starring in the sci-fi TV series Sequest DSV. Playing Captain Nathan Bridger on a futuristic submarine, he returned to the water, but in a very different way. The show lasted 3 seasons and gained a loyal fan base. Throughout his career, Scheider proved he wasn't just the guy from Jaws. He could do it all. Richard Dreyfuss also found major success after Jaws. In 1978, just 2 years later, he won an Oscar for The Goodbye Girl. At the time, he was the youngest person to win Best Actor. This role established him as one of Hollywood's top talents. Over the years, Dreyfuss continued to impress with his acting. In 1981, he starred in Whose Life Is It Anyway? Playing a paralyzed man fighting for the right to end his life. The performance earned him a Golden Globe nomination. Dreyfuss also took on smaller but memorable roles. In Stand By Me, 1986, he played the narrator, whose voice brought the film's emotional story to life. Then, in 1989, he reunited with Steven Spielberg for the romantic drama Always. While the movie got mixed reviews, it showed Dreyfuss's ability to handle a wide range of roles. In 1995, he earned another Oscar nomination for Mr.
I mean your Avatar.
Playing a passionate music teacher. The film was a hit and proved Dreyfuss's lasting appeal as an actor. Robert Shaw's story after Jaws is more bittersweet. His performance
I like it.
is unforgettable.
I'm
but
glad.
His career was cut short when he died of a heart attack in 1978
Aw.
at just 51.
Oh, man.
Before his death, Shaw acted in several films that showed his incredible talent. In 1976, he played the Sheriff of Nottingham in Robin and Marion alongside Sean Connery and Audrey Hepburn. The movie reimagined the later years of Robin Hood and received praise for its mature take on the classic story. In 1977, Shaw starred in 2 more major films. In Black Sunday, he played a Mossad agent trying to stop a terrorist attack at the Super Bowl. He also appeared in The Deep, another underwater thriller based on a novel by Jaws author Peter Benchley. The film was a hit making $47 million and reinforcing Shaw's talent for intense roles. His final film, Force 10 from Navarone, was released after his death. Although he left us too soon, Shaw's work in Jaws and beyond left a lasting impression. Despite the challenges of making Jaws, the cast formed close bonds.
Sorry about that if you can
Roy
hear that.
Scheider and Richard Dreyfuss became good friends and stayed in touch for years. Dreyfuss often spoke fondly of Scheider, saying they would meet for dinner
Window
regularly.
noise.
After Scheider passed away
Yeah.
in 2008, Dreyfuss gave a heartfelt tribute at his memorial. The cast also reunited several times to celebrate the film's legacy. For the 30th anniversary in 2005, many of them returned to Martha's Vineyard, where the movie was filmed,
What
for a
make?
special screening. Thousands of fans attended, showing just how much the film still meant to people. In 2012, the cast came together again for the Blu-ray release, sharing stories from the set.
It's just some
Dreyfuss admitted
USB
would succeed
thing
filming, but
having
its
trouble
success
connecting.
proved him wrong.
Well, alright then. I wasn't expecting that to be a full-blown documentary. Oh, speaking of Spielberg, Jurassic Park, a lot of the scenes in the book were either not included. My mouth is not moving.
Yes,
They
indeed.
They were either not included, or they weren't quite as graphic as in the book. The book is definitely a horror novel, and it's quite graphic. And this is one of the scenes that was not included. So basically, Ali Awada, I think is how you say that, created this. Yeah, the crib scene. They created this in, what is it, like Blender? Or something, basically. Yeah, they animated this, basically. And this is an animated version of a scene in the book that was not included in the movie because it was too gruesome.
Jesus, imagine if this was in the film. Is knew it was those little critters.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I would show you Nedry's book death. You know, the one that the fat guy that
Burn them
was
alive and fry their eggs in a pan in front of them.
yeah. But you remember the fat guy that Wayne
My
Knight
mind immediately
played?
goes to those little critters.
Yeah. Who was stealing some embryos to sell to a rival company, that guy, and he gets killed by the Dilophosaurus.
Yeah, I remember greedy fat boy.
Yeah, his death in the book is way more gruesome. Like, I actually listened to an audio clip of that scene being read, you know. The first time I heard it, I almost threw up. It was, ugh. So I would show you that, but yeah, it's a little gory.
Greedy BS boy.
And we've been live for 3 hours. Let's watch the Smile Dog video.
Smile Dog. No, not that one. Smile Dog. One of the most iconic creepypasta images in internet history. Probably second only to the Jeff the Killer image. As most of you likely know already, there are two images most commonly associated with the Smile Dog character. This demonic-looking version, which is the original, and a tamer version of a husky with human teeth, which was
that one's still creepy.
The first image.
Oh, Smile Dog.
Yeah.
He get recrawled.
At least one of these two images before, even if you weren't into internet horror. While both of the Smile Dog
I prefer the husky one, it's more subtle.
By being the accompanying images for a creepy
and not nightmare-inducing.
Similar to what happened to the Jeff the Killer image, the Smile Dog images kind of began to lead lives of their own at one point, especially the original version. In fact, it's very likely that at this point, the majority of the people who've seen it over the years have absolutely no clue what its origins are or any of the lore surrounding it. Now, if you've read the title of this video, you might be wondering how I could possibly call Smile Dog the most underrated creepypasta in history if so many people are familiar with these images. Well, that's because even though I still see the Smile Dog images pop up from time to time, even to this very day, rarely do I see or hear anyone still talk about the original creepypasta or the lore surrounding these images, which I think is an absolute shame because, and I'm about to drop a very hot and possibly even controversial take here, so brace yourselves, I personally believe that, at least objectively speaking, Smile Dog is the best creepypasta ever written. Now, before you grab your
bit of a hot
phones
take
and start writing angry comments, please hear me out first. I believe that if you take what a creepypasta is in its most base form, which according to Wikipedia is a horror-related legend which has been shared around the internet, Smile Dog, better than any other creepypasta, fits this description perfectly. Allow me to explain. As many of you likely already know, the term creepypasta comes from the term copypasta, which in turn is derived from the term copy and paste. A copypasta is basically just the exact same story or other bit of text that gets posted around the internet over and over again, various message boards and social media platforms and the like. Hence why it's derived from the term copy and paste. It's usually done ironically and as a bit of a meme. My personal favorite copypasta is the one where people would just post the B-movie script in its entirety on completely unrelated things for absolutely no reason whatsoever. It would just confuse the hell out of every person who wasn't in on the joke. It was actually just kind of...
You like jazz?
I mean, you gotta admit, at the same time, that's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Another very famous one you might have seen before is the Navy SEAL copypasta, which is a short rant by some guy who claims to be...
What the fuck did you just say to me, you little bitch?
top-ranking Navy SEAL sniper in the U.S. Army with over 300 confirmed kills, and how he will make...
Have you know I graduated top of my class in the Navy SEALs?
It is personal
The
mission
ninja
to hunt you
meme.
down for shit-talking him online. People would most often use this as a reply whenever someone disagreed with them or said something
What'd
they
you
didn't
say
like
to
or
me, you
whatever,
little
and
shit?
would usually result in the person being replied to getting made fun of by other people whenever they took it seriously and didn't know it was a joke. This one was also very popular in YouTube comments back in the day, so you might have seen it there before. But anyway, to get back on topic, creepypasta.
Wait, which one?
YouTube comments back in the day, so you might have seen it there before. But anyway, to
Oh,
get back
okay.
on topic,
Same one.
creepypastas originally were just copypastas, except, well, creepy, and generally not used as ironically. They're horror stories that are supposed to be shared around on forums and other message boards to try and catch unsuspecting readers off guard, and hopefully convince some of them that they were real. They were basically the internet's equivalent of campfire stories, like Bloody Mary or the Boogeyman. Stories about urban myths and legends, like Bigfoot or the Loch Ness Monster. Stories that were once told by some random guy in a bar somewhere that started to lead a life of their own. Only in the case of creepypastas, instead of some random guy in a bar, it's an anonymous person on a message board. They're supposed to be stories that are never able to be proven. They're never really able to be disproven either. Which is why at the end of a well-crafted creepypasta, you're not supposed to say to yourself, nah, this is clearly made up. But you're supposed to say, nah, this is clearly made up. Right? Now, as time went on, creepypastas kind of became a collective term for pretty much any and all creepy stories on the internet. And with websites like creepypasta.com and the Creepypasta Wiki getting created around the late 2000s, this way of sharing these stories around on message boards, anonymously and shrouded in mystery, kind of became a thing of the past, as people could now just post their stories on these websites for anyone to read. And more often than not, the name of the author would be proudly displayed at the bottom, pretty much saying, yup, yeah, I wrote this, I made this up. And while there isn't necessarily anything wrong with the creator claiming credit for their work, it did cause creepypastas to kind of lose this urban myth or urban legend aspect that they once had, because it was now no longer up to the reader's interpretation to decide for themselves whether or not they thought the story was real, as the author's name at the end of it would instantly let you know that it wasn't. Smile Dog, however, did something different from all the other creepypastas that came before it, and that's that it fully took advantage of the way creepypastas were originally meant to be shared around. See, most creepypastas are written like any other story, and that you, the reader, are simply just that, a reader. You're not a part of the world that the story takes place in, and because of that, you never really feel like you're the one that's directly in any sort of danger. Sure, the characters in the story might be, and it might creep you out a bit, but you're not a part of their world. You're just an observer of sorts. But Smile Dog does something incredibly clever, and that's that it takes what a creepypasta is at its core, a horror-related legend that gets shared around the internet, and directly makes that an integral part of the story itself.
Honey,
By doing
I'm
so, it
home.
makes you,
Oops,
as the
smiling
reader,
face with
part of
open
the
mouth
story
and
as well,
cold
since
sweat.
by reading it, you are not directly in danger from
Welcome
the threat
home.
that's presented within. Unless, of course, you do the very thing that you're supposed to do with the creepypasta and share it around. Let's actually go over the creepypasta itself, so I can explain what I'm talking about. The story is written from the perspective of someone known only as Mr. L. An amateur writer who is doing research for a story. He has an interview planned with a woman called Mary E., an alleged victim
Where
of
is
an
my
online
demon boy
phenomenon
Zed and
known
at?
as the Smile Dog.
Mama
A JPEG
MIA.
image that, when viewed, can have a variety of
Mamma
awful
mia.
effects on anyone unfortunate enough to come
Mamma
across it.
mia.
These effects can vary, but something all victims seem to have in common is that they all claim to have horrible nightmares after viewing the image. This often led to side effects such as depression, insomnia, anxiety, and in more extreme cases,
That's a
even death
spicy
caused by severe sleep
creepypasta.
deprivation. Due to the
Oh,
immense lack
Dead
of credible
Rising.
information on the topic, the Smile Dog image is most
I'm
commonly
still
believed
here.
to be nothing more than an urban legend or an online hoax, only further perpetuated by the many fake Smile Dog images floating around online. Mary, however, is the only person who has ever openly admitted to having encountered the real Smile Dog image, but has never spoken publicly about it.
My
which is
brother
why
from
Mr.
another
L asked her to
timeline
do the
realm.
interview. Mary initially agreed to this, but after having arrived at her house, Mr. L discovered that Mary had locked herself inside of her bedroom just moments before he arrived, and was now refusing to come out. After some pleading by her husband Terrence, the two of them eventually decided to give up and cancel the interview, as despite Terrence's efforts, Mary was still refusing to come
LOL.
out. Mr. Ellman spent the next few months looking for other people who might have experiences with or information to share about the Smile Dog, and were more willing to talk about them than Mary was. But after several
Ordinary
months of
Gamer was
chasing
my
dead
jam
ends,
when
he
he
eventually
did
decided to
gaming
give up on his
creepypastas.
pursuit of
Now
the
all
mystery
he
thread.
does is
Being no
internet
closer to the
news,
answers he was looking
gossip
for
and
when he first
political
started out.
news.
But then out of
Oh,
nowhere,
some ordinary
almost a couple
gamers,
years
yeah.
after the interview with Mary was supposed to take place,
I
Mr.
loved
L
his
received an email
creepypasta
from her,
readings.
in which she explains why she acted the way she did on the day of the interview. Now, up until this part of the story, Smile Dog has been presented as nothing more than an urban legend, a rumor made up by a group of people on the internet. Even Mr. L, despite all of his research, didn't really think much more of it than that, due to most information on the topic being a bunch of incoherent stories and claims made by multiple unknown sources. Mary's email, however, really makes you reconsider this. And
Isn't that every political YouTuber these days?
She writes,
Changing
"Dear
up,
Mr. L,
no
I am
switch up
incredibly
pitch.
sorry about my behavior last summer when you came to interview me. I hope you understand that it was no fault of yours, but rather my own problems that led me to act out as I did. You see, for 15 years, I have been haunted by Smile Dog. It comes to me in my sleep every night. I know that sounds silly, but it's true. I do not move, I do not speak, I simply look ahead, and the only thing ahead of me is
Isn't
the
that
scene
too
from
late?
horrible film.
.exe.
I see the beckoning hand, and I see Smile Dog. It talks to me. It tells me it will leave me alone if only I do as it asks. All I must do, it says, is spread the word. The week after my incident, I received in the mail an envelope with no return address. Inside was only a 3.5-inch floppy diskette, and without having to check, I knew precisely what was on it. I thought for a long time about my options. I could show it to a stranger, a coworker. I could even show it to Terrence, as much as the idea disgusted me. But what would happen then? Well, if Smile Dog kept its word, I could sleep. But if it lied, what would I do? And who was to say that something worse would not come from me if I did as the creature asked? So I did nothing for 15 years.
Whenever
while I
you are
kept the
hunted
diskette
by a
hidden amongst my
EXE,
fingers. Every night for
remove
15
pants
years,
and
Smile Dog has
violently
come to me in
charge
my
at
sleep
them.
and
They
demanded
will
that I
flee
spread
in
the word.
disgust.
And for 15 years, I have stood
That's
strong.
what I did
I
in
have
my
been hard
dreams.
times.
It
I
worked.
sincerely hope you will forgive me, Mr. L, but last summer when you contacted me and my husband about an interview, I was near my breaking point. I decided I was going to give you the floppy diskette. I did not care if Smile Dog was lying or not. I just wanted it to end. You were
Wouldn't
a
work on
stranger, someone I had no
somic.omt.
connection with, and I thought I would not feel sorrow when you took the diskette as part of your research and sealed your fate. But before you arrived, I realized what I was doing,
Oh,
which was
well
plotting
shit.
to ruin your life, and I could not stand the thought. In fact, I still cannot. I am ashamed, Mr. L, and I hope that this warning will dissuade you from further investigation of Smile.jpg, as you may in time encounter someone who will not hesitate to follow Smile Dog's orders. Stop, while you are still whole. Sincerely, Mary E. A couple days after having received this email,
If I could
Mr.
be
L got a
friends
call
with
from
an
Mary's
EXE,
husband, Terrence,
it'd
who told me
definitely
that
be
after sending the email,
sonic.omt.
Mary had taken her own life. He said that while going through her belongings, he found the floppy disk she had kept hidden from him all these years, and that he had burned it. He wept as he begged Mr. L to listen to his wife's advice and stop investigating the Smile Dog. Mr. L didn't really know how to respond to all of this, and his initial reaction was probably the same as that of most people reading the story. He didn't believe it. He thought they were playing some
He's
sick
the
prank
reason
on
I
him,
do
just
palette
messing
swaps
with
of
him to try and get a rise out of him.
sonic.omt.
But after checking several online and newspaper obituaries, he was able to confirm that Mary was indeed deceased.
The
But
Dead
he still
Rising
didn't really
Ari
know
was
what
the
to make
worst
of it.
Ari in gaming
However, he had already
history.
given up in his investigation prior to Mary's email, as there were no more leads or reliable information to go after. So the decision of whether or not to listen to Mary's advice was already made. But then out of nowhere, Mr. L receives another email, this time from an unknown address. It has terrible grammar, and the subject line simply reads, Smile. This is what it said. Hello, I found your email address through a mailing list. Your profile said you are interested in Smile Dog. I have saw it. It is not as bad as everyone says. I have sent it to you here. Just
I never
read the
played
word.
Dead Rising.
Smiley face.
I know
As
of Frank
promised,
West in
attached to the
Marvel
email
vs
was the
Capcom
file.
3.
Yeah, same.
Smile.jpg. Now what makes this creepypasta so perfect in my eyes is the ending. Mr. L's closing statement. Now allow me to read it for you. I considered downloading it for some time. It was most likely a fake, I imagine. And even if it weren't, I was never wholly convinced of Smile.jpg's peculiar powers. Mary E's account had shaken me, yes, but she was probably mentally unbalanced anyway. After all, how could a simple image do what Smile.jpg was set to accomplish? What sort of creature was it that could break one's mind with only the power of the eye? And if such things were patently absurd, then why did the legend exist at all? If I downloaded the image, if I looked at it, and if Mary turned out to be correct, if Smile Dog came to me in my dreams demanding that I spread the word, what would I do? Would I live my life as Mary had, fighting against the urge to give in until I died? Or would I simply spread the word, eager to be put to rest? And if I chose the latter route, how could I do
There
it?
was a
Who would
remake
I
but
burn in
from
return?
what I saw
Well,
they
I went
really
through with my
butchered
earlier
it.
intention
Gore
to
and
write a short
references
article
from
about
the OP
Smile.jpg.
game were
I
either
decided I
toned
could
down
attach
or
it as
removed.
evidence, and anyone who read the article, anyone who took interest, would be affected. And even assuming the Smile.jpg attached to the email was genuine, would I be capricious enough to save myself in that manner? Could I spread the word? Then you scroll further down, without warning, there it is, smile.jpg, with the last line of the story simply being, yes, yes I could.
Whoa.
This ending is perfect. See, most creepypastas end with some kind of resolution, right? Either the main character dies, or the threat gets eliminated, or covered up in some way, or whatever. But this story doesn't have a resolution. The threat of the story, or the curse if you will, is now passed on to you, the reader. And I don't care whether you're 10 or 100 years old, if you read this story in its entirety without knowing about it, and all of a sudden without warning,
Hey, I am
gets
back.
shoved in your face at the end, your initial reaction.
Damn it, you made me jump a little bit, because right when you said, hi, I'm back, it was right when he said, and this pops up. The combo made me jump a little.
Action will be, now, what's so interesting about this creepypasta
I am
in
sorry.
particular is that it's written in such a way where you can just copy
You're
the entire
fine.
story and repost it somewhere else. Which is why at the beginning I said that, at least objectively speaking, Smile Dog is the best creepypasta I've ever written.
I know
Because
that
is
meme.
exactly what creepypastas
LOL.
originally were.
Oh yeah, oh
Imagine
shit!
if it returned when he said I am sorry.
If you were to come across this story on a message board or a forum somewhere, you'd have no way of knowing whether you're the first or the 1000th person to see it. Did you just read the original
Oh
post
shit,
from Mr.
a rat.
Whoever he may
A
be?
motherfucking rat.
It's a rat.
You simply wouldn't know. And the ending of the story leaves the reader with an interesting choice to make. You have now seen the Smile Dog. What will you do now? Will you choose to believe the story was fake and simply go on with your day? Or would you rather not take the risk and instead choose to spread the word? This story heavily reminds me of those cursed
Scary.
chain emails people used to send each other in the late 90s and early
Yeah.
2000s. You know, those, if
Oh
you're
shit,
reading
a
this,
cat.
you are now cursed.
Get
Send this
scared
email to
by
10 of your
Prince and
closest friends within
Marshmallow.
24 hours, or you will die in your sleep type of mails. They kind of played with people's superstition a little bit, in that most rationally thinking people would instantly write it off as something fake. Yet many people did what the email said anyway.
Where
Especially
are
that
your
one crazy aunt
cats?
that used to send you one of these over text about every other week or so, and then said she was just doing it as a joke whenever you asked her to stop, even though she had a necklace made of healing stones and like 58 of these things hanging around her house. Get out of here, Michelle. We all know you believe that shit. You ain't fooling anyone. But people did it simply because, well, what if it was real? It won't hurt anyone to just do as the email says and send it to a few people, so why take the risk? And I think that perfectly applies to Smile
I
Dog
got
as
the
well.
new video
Something else I really like about this
notification of
story is
you.
that, unlike most creepypastas,
Oh,
Smile
good.
Dog originally didn't have an author credited at the end. It's like I said earlier, someone coming out and claiming credit for making it up, even though I understand why, always felt like it ruined the mystery of the story to me. Now, eventually a person named Michael Lutz did come out and say that he created both the original Smile Dog image and the creepypasta,
Bench
though
clapping.
as far as I know, has never really provided any proof to back up those claims, other than some pretty extensive responses to questions on his Twitter. And even though I personally see no reason to doubt the guy, there is a big group of people who simply don't believe him. Even creepypasta.com, for example,
Oh Lord,
still has the
what
story
is that
credited to the
abomination?
anonymous. And I think that debate about whether he actually is the creator or not only adds to the overall mystery of the
Flawless
Smile Dog.
victory.
Now, same as what happened with most creepypastas, as the story began to gain popularity, people started adding their own bits of lore to it, and unfortunately, most of it wasn't an improvement. For example, I believe eventually it was a pretty
second
common thing to say
photo.
that Smile Dog was some kind of demon, and that after first seeing the image, your dreams would initially start out by seeing the tame Smile Dog version, and then if you didn't do what it said, it would turn into the
Hee hee.
demonic version, and if after that you still didn't listen, he'd attack you and drag you to hell or something, which has always just been kind of
It's
stupid
back.
to me, but I digress. In the end, I believe Smile Dog perfectly captures everything that a creepypasta should
I
be at
heard
its
that the
core,
Dead
and it is one
Rising
of my
remake
personal
was done
favorites because of
horribly.
it.
Ouch.
Both of the Smile Dog images
Smile
have always
Dog.
been very popular online, but over time, the popularity of the images have kind of overshadowed that of the creepypasta itself, which in my opinion is an absolute shame, as that is far from the most interesting
Oh,
thing
it
about
was.
this creepypasta.
It sucked
For as
big
popular as
time.
the character of Smile Dog and both of the Smile Dog images are online, too rarely does the original creepypasta receive the recognition that it, in my opinion, truly deserves. Which is exactly
Exactly.
why I believe that Smile Dog is the most underrated creepypasta.
Even
of
worse
all
than
time.
the remake.
Hey, if you made
Good
it all the way
video.
to the end of this video, then thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, then you might enjoy some of my other videos as well, so be sure to check them out here. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't already for more content like this in the future, and hopefully, I will see you guys in a future video. But for now, I'm out. Later, people.
That was a good video.
Max LOL. Oh Lord, 3-hour mark.
I think I'm gonna finish it off with Japanese creepypastas. But first, I'm gonna go check on my food. Be right back. Boop.
This video contains flashing lights, scary and creepy content, disturbing violent and graphic images, jump scares, pop-ups and sudden loud noises.
Not care.
Viewer discretion advised.
Creepypastas, myths, and legends can be traced back to their country of origin, usually where they have influenced the people and their culture the most. With the World Wide Web, those stories can now be widely distributed to scare and
I
frighten
didn't
more
get
people
scared.
across the earth.
From the mildly concerning to the reportedly life-threatening, survivors impart an eerie warning for everyone to not pursue any action that could lead you to repeat these events.
Coin Locker Baby. Everything in life of one particular Japanese woman was going swimmingly. She was young, single, and at the beginning of a great career. She couldn't have expected things to get better, but to her surprise, they did. She was courted by a handsome man, and the two were instantly smitten, falling in love and dating immediately. Those were the best times for her, but it would all come to a sudden unfortunate end. It had been a while since she experienced cramps and bleeding, so she feared the worst. She was pregnant, and had been for some time. When she explained this to her boyfriend, he flew into a rage and disowned both her and the unborn child, leaving them both all alone. The woman, far too inexperienced to deal with the prospect of raising a baby on her own, and the idea of telling her friends or family scared her to
Oh. What the hell? Why was it playing by itself?
death. Bleeding. Be widely distributed.
This video contains flashing lights, scary and creepy content, disturbing violent and graphic images, jump scares, pop-ups and sudden loud noises. Viewer discretion advised.
Creepypastas, myths, and legends can be traced back to their country of origin, usually where they have influenced the people and their culture the most. With the World Wide Web, those stories can now be widely distributed to scare and frighten more people across the earth.
From the mildly concerning to the reportedly life-threatening, survivors impart an eerie warning for everyone to not pursue any action that could lead you to repeat these events.
Coin Locker Baby. Everything in life of one particular Japanese woman was going swimmingly. She was young, single, and at the beginning of a great career. She couldn't have expected things to get better, but to her surprise, they did. She was courted by a handsome man, and the two were instantly smitten, falling in love and dating immediately. Those were the best times for her, but it would all come to a sudden unfortunate end.
Yeah, this is like a re-upload, because I've seen this video already. It's like a re-upload, and it got censored because apparently some of the content they used got copyright claimed, so this is a censored re-upload.
It had been a while since she experienced cramps and bleeding, so she feared the worst. She was
I
pregnant
have beer
and had
as a
been
drink.
for some time. When she explained this to her boyfriend, he flew into a rage and disowned both her and the unborn child, leaving them both all alone. The woman, far too inexperienced to deal with the prospect of raising a baby on her own, and the idea of telling her friends or family scared her to death. They would never understand that it was a mistake.
Ginger
They would shame
beer,
her and
not
refuse
real
to
beer.
help, and would say it was all her fault, just like her boyfriend had said. It would all have to be kept hidden. She bought baggy clothes and concealed her belly as best as she could. Anyone who pointed it out would hear the excuse that she was simply putting on weight. No one questioned this, and she was not the sort of person to get into any trouble. Like that, after 9 months of lies and evasion, it was time to give birth. Not wanting to go to the hospital, she gave birth in her own room to a small baby boy. This sight did not overwhelm her with joy. It only made her dread what she would have to do to be rid of it. The following morning, she put the baby inside of a carrier bag and headed out from her home. The traffic was so loud, and the bag padded enough to keep its screams and wails hidden as she made a beeline for the local train station. The The long row of transit lockers caught her eye, and the idea hit her. She found an empty unlocked door, stashed the bag inside, and shut it tight. "I'm sorry," she whispered to the crying child. "I'm sorry." As she left, she was afraid people would hear her, but no one did. Her fear faded with every step out of the station and down the street, and over the years, so too did her memory. It wasn't something she or most people would wish to remember, and so she didn't. It was a long time before she set foot inside that station again, and still didn't recall what had been done. As she strode across the floor to her platform, she noticed a young boy crying against one of the lockers, his face covered against his arm. He seemed all alone and in great distress. No one was near to comfort him. They simply ignored the child. She changed direction and stopped
It is the
behind
crying
boy,
child
resting her
form
hand on his
FNAF
shoulder
4.
as he sobbed. "What's wrong? Are you lost?" she asked, to no reply. "Where's your mother?" The boy's tears suddenly stopped, and his cries faded. Slowly he turned back to her, and she saw his eyes were enraged, piercing her very soul. "It's you," he shouted. She remembered everything, and just as quick, knew no more. Many years later, the station underwent major renovations to improve congestion, allowing the staff to finally clean out the unclaimed lockers and their contents. Upon opening one of them, they pulled out a rather heavy travel bag that looked like it had remained unopened for a very long time. It stank to high heaven. When they opened it, they were greeted with a grisly sight: the skeletal remains of a little baby boy nestled close to its decaying mother. Skeletal remains of a little baby boy nestled close to its decaying mother.
The Curse of Owa. Owa lived her life as a dedicated wife to an adulterous and terrible husband, confident that she could raise their infant properly and with support. However, Shitai, her husband, had other plans in mind for the rest of his life. Shitai had long since coveted and seduced a mistress whom he planned to marry one day. The only thing that stood in his way was Owa, his wife. Till death, he figured, and slipped poison into her drinking cup mere hours after she had birthed their child. The poison was fast-acting and caused her hair to fall from her scalp. Her eyes bulged in their sockets, her mouth blackened from the terrible drug, but she knew. She always knew. She always knew. It was only a matter
Are you
of
streaming
time.
tomorrow?
Before perishing, she took her final revenge on him and slaughtered their newborn infant as it cried
Maybe.
in its crib.
But I'll announce it on a Discord if I am.
Leaving behind the old life and into the new. But he soon came to realize that it was at a much higher cost than he anticipated.
She killed the
Everywhere
kid.
he went, without fail, he would see her. Owa, her face bitter and spiteful, hissed and jeered at him, seemingly in every direction. Her outrage at the circumstances of her life's end at his hands was shouted through his mind for much time that followed. In his private gardens, he would even witness Owa wailing loudly over the corpses
Scorpion.
of her dead child. Stoic and determined, Shitai continued with the courtship, and before long his mistress was set to become his wife. As they were to exchange kisses at the altar, Shitai drew back the veil of his blushing bride, but instead revealed the ugly, snarling face of his former partner. So shocked was he at this appearance that he reacted by cutting her head clean off its shoulders. Shitai realized only too late as the congregation moved in closer. He had not succeeded in killing the ghost of Owa, but in murdering his wife-to-be.
Himaru Mansion. Although the locals attempted to keep the property and its paranormal happenings a secret, the reputation of Himaru's mansion's haunting spread throughout Tokyo, then all of Japan, as well as the hideous details of its backstory. It's no surprise that this one building is the source of inspiration behind the infamous Fatal Frame video game series that scares players to this day. Stories are told of its many phantoms and gory apparitions like blood splatters all over the wall and floor, and handprints dripping with red leading to bedrooms of the previous occupants. The ghosts that are seen roaming the halls and out on the grounds are speculated to be the family that last lived there. The most famous of these is the girl in the window, who can be seen if you take a photograph of one of the windows from the outside, staring into the lens. Some have attempted to investigate further, but but have fled in fear or been found dead inside its many rooms, their limbs covered in rope marks. A few who decided to scour the vast underground passageway beneath their property suffered a worse fate, ripped and slashed beyond recognition.
Ooh.
At least 7 of these reported deaths have still remained unsolved. Despite this, rumors abound pertaining to just how this one mansion became the site of such a terrific haunting. It's said that the Himaru family who lived there lived very ritualistic lives, practicing ancient rites such as the strangling ritual. They believed that a portal world would open in the courtyard and rain negative karma down upon their house, and so countered this horrific prophecy by sacrificing a pure young girl referred to as the Rope Shrine Maiden. She would be raised in secret, kept in isolation within the mansion and away from the world, for any exposure would render her unfit for the ritual. This would occur every 50 years, and when practiced, they would bind her, drag her to the getaway's predicted location, tie her arms and legs to 4 oxen, and have them tear her limb from limb by pulling in opposite directions.
Oh my
The
God.
blood-stained ropes would be left behind to seal the portal for another half-century. However, as the ritual was approaching, one of the Rope Shrine Maidens spied a boy out the window walking past the fence. She became instantly infuriated with him, and as consequence, meant that the sacrifice would no longer work with her. The sacrifice went ahead, but did not work. The family panicked and argued amongst themselves as to the next course of action to rid themselves of the curse. But the head of the family knew he had the only solution. One night he took his katana and went on a rampage throughout the mansion, slaughtering his entire family before finally falling upon his own sword. It was the only way to keep them safe from the great horrors that were predicted to come from the portal. But perhaps what is worse is that all their spirits now remain within the mansion's walls, never to find peace again.
Ohaguru Butari. By far one of the least violent additions to this list, the yokai Ohaguru Butari is often seen hanging around shrines and temples at twilight, appearing from behind to be a newlywed bride or beautiful woman in a kimono. She beckons over single men and seduces them with their wives. The victims are blissfully unaware of anything out of the ordinary until she turns and upturns her veil. Beneath the brim lies an ugly, featureless face caked in heavy white makeup. Only dark red lips exist there, parted and smiling, revealing deep black teeth. She then cackles loudly at the horrified man she has lured, who has most likely started
Well,
to flee.
buddy, I'm gonna head out
Some
for
even
today.
suspect
Hope
that
you
at
have an
times
amazing
she may
rest of
appear
your
in the
day.
homes of men who have brought her
All
back
right,
without
you too,
realizing their
Zayden.
folly.
See ya.
To
I hope you
anyone who
enjoyed.
encounters her there,
Thanks for hanging
she is
out.
said to disguise herself as the man's wife. Although it is difficult to acquire legitimate reports of Ohaguru Butari's sightings, most victims feel a great deal of shame and embarrassment.
You too,
of
take
being
care.
her, and so keep their stories a secret. It is theorized that she could be a shapeshifter that likes to pull mean pranks by turning into Japanese badgers, foxes, or raccoon dogs. Others suggest she could be the spirit of an unmarried ugly woman, bitter of her lack of luck in the world of romance. There may also be a link to the Ohaguru trend of East
She
Asia,
best be
which consists of
careful,
teeth
some
being
people are
artificially
into
darkening and
animals.
appearing non-existent.
Hey, yo.
It's no mistake she has the name Ohaguru Butari, which translates
Ew.
to nothing but blackened teeth. Regardless, all those who encounter her should
Do
feel
you
lucky
have
that
a
the only
Steam
casualty
name?
recorded at her hands has been pride.
Yeah.
Sometimes
10-day
man can be scarier than monsters.
1.
Yep, that's what I was saying
Here are the
earlier.
details of this listing. You must follow the instructions included as its effects may take hold of you within 3 days. The 10-day dream is
your
a series
name.
of sleeping visions that feature a reoccurring supernatural theme.
I'll post it
order
in the
to progress
Discord
through
later.
your dream, you must perform the following actions whilst asleep to complete the cycle. In the first dream, you'll see a girl staring through your bedroom window, so let her in. In the following dream, she'll be in your room, looking at the floor, muttering under her breath, "Please, please." Let her lay down on your bed, and you must do the same by her side. The third dream begins here. However, you can now clearly see her horrifically burnt face. You must not scream nor cry for as long
Only
as you
for
remain
your
asleep.
number one
In your
fan.
fourth dream, the girl will ask to go to a park, which you must do without hesitation or saying a word. When you arrive at the park during the fifth dream, you'll notice a mother pushing a stroller. Upon closer inspection, you'll see that the mother is a cat, and her child is a dog.
What if you
must kill
cuddle
one of
up
them to
with her?
proceed. During your sixth dream, you'll see an airship.
I don't
loading
know. I
passengers,
wouldn't risk
rigging
it.
for departure. Make sure you get on board. The seventh dream will have you encounter others around the world who, like you, have heard this story. Find a seat at any cost. As you ride the airship in Dream 8, red and black roses will fall from the sky on top of you. Find all of the black roses you can and throw them overboard. When the airship lands back at the park in the 9th dream, return home with the girl and lay down opposite each other in bed once again. You will not reach the 10th dream if you do not follow these instructions carefully, and upon waking up you must tell someone, anyone you know.
This
about
legit
these events.
sounds like the
It is
premise of
only
a
way to
good
free
horror
yourself from the
anime.
curse by passing it on to others.
Possibly.
If you don't, you'll find
When
yourself
are
back
you
in the first
reacting
dream,
to
trapped in
Johnny
your room,
Cage
with the girl
match?
staring at you forever.
I've actually already watched it. If you're talking about that movie, I've already watched it. I tried to make a reaction video to it, but I couldn't figure out how to properly edit it to where I wouldn't get it blocked everywhere from the the copyright. So
White string.
be right back. Boop, I'm back.
This creepypasta serves as a warning to any who wish to pierce their ears without professional help.
Pick me a game.
A tale told to
This
children
story.
in the 80s about a young girl who wanted a piercing since all her friends were getting them at the time. She pleaded with her parents for a long time, since they kept adamantly refusing, but knowing how other girls would go against their parents' wishes anyway, gave in to her demands. They gave her money to go to the mall and get her lobes pierced.
I'm locked in.
Mischievous, the girl instead decided to pocket the money and went to a friend's house where she could get it done for free.
See, now that's just stupid. Like, legit. That's dumb. Why?
They warmed the needle.
For games I have the Suicide Squad game or RoboCop Rogue City. Parenting 101, am I
And the
right?
girl showed off her new earring.
Well, you see, the parents weren't at fault. They finally said okay, and they gave her the money to go do it. So, yeah, the parents, I think, are okay in this situation. It's her dumbass. You got permission, and they gave you the money to go get it done. So why didn't you go get it done? Professionally. I don't know. Dumb teenager, I guess.
A few days went by without incident, until one day in class the girl felt an itch
Makes
where her
sense.
piercing was. It was all she could do not to scratch until lunch, when she went
Dumb
into the bathroom
teenager.
and looked in the mirror. The skin around the lobe was red and swollen, causing her great distress. She could have sworn that her friend had taken great care to stop any infection. Looking closer, she saw what appeared
What
to be
is
a
your
loop of
pick?
string sticking
Oh
out
Lord, here
between
it
the
comes.
gap of her ring and the hole. She tugged at it, and to her horror, the strand grew longer, feeding out of her ear. Producing a pair of scissors from her bag, she held them up to her ear and cut the string. The world plunged into darkness. It took some time for her to realize that it wasn't the world that had gone dark, but that she simply couldn't see. After a thorough examination, the doctor informed her that she
Or
would now be
MK1.
blind for the rest of her life. That was no string you cut, he said. It was your optic nerve.
The cursed Kleenex commercial. In 1986, the Kleenex
Oh,
company
this.
released a series of ads depicting a woman in white, alongside
Hell
a baby
no,
dressed
dumb
as a demon,
teenager.
to the unnerving tune of "It's a Fine Day" by Jane and Barton. The Japanese public was outraged by the advertisement, claiming that the lyrics would bestow a German curse upon anyone who watches it. The company pulled them from circulation, but rumors spread that the actress who portrayed the woman in white became institutionalized, died, or gave birth to a
Give
demon
it up
child.
for 4 key
Mysterious
cap hours.
fatalities were claimed to have befallen
Yeah,
anyone
4
associated
hours.
with the project, even the child who portrayed the demon. But as the 90s came around, the memory of the cursed commercial faded from memory. That is, until a YouTuber uploaded the original broadcast version, exposing millions to its speculated curse.
Clap
Many
it up,
claim that
Goth.
watching the
4
commercial at
times.
midnight will result in the video glitching and cause issues on their systems.
There you go.
More extreme reports have claimed that several individuals and even groups of people have committed suicide after a single viewing.
Good
no one
boy.
yet truly understands the full extent of the curse's power, so beware if you want to see it for yourself.
Yeah, that's just an urban legend. The actress that played that lady is alive and well and had, a decent career afterwards and all. It's just an urban legend, guys.
It good girl, not boy.
No, he was right. Don't correct him. He was right.
Dream School. Chroniclers of this creepypasta warn that this story is cursed. If you do not
Correct
forget it
yourself,
within a week,
Remio.
you'll become trapped inside the dream school. A young Japanese boy called Kei, upon falling asleep, found
Was he
himself inside a
talking
school
about
he did
the
not
dog?
recognize. It was night outside,
No.
and the halls were dark.
No, Goth.
Every door and window around him was locked, so he walked down the long corridor. He soon found that it led into a complete circle, despite never bending. The school was a maze, unbound by the laws of time and space, so he decided to deviate
Okay
from the
at
path.
book introvert
Finally, it
88,
was making
thanks for
progress.
telling.
He moved through the art room, by the girls' toilet, out the music room, down a flight of stairs, and into another hallway. It seemed the school went on forever, and there was no way of knowing where you would find yourself.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I have my pronouns posted on my page somewhere. And my tags, that my channel tags have femboy in it.
At that
You
moment,
do.
Kay heard a rhythmic sound above him. When he looked up, he saw an enormous
The
clock with
tags
a large
tell
swinging
it.
pendulum. He couldn't tell what the face read, or if it was counting time or counting down. Back down the hall, the sound of heavy footfalls echoed behind him, as though someone had begun chasing after him. Not wanting to look back, Kay continued onward, running up a flight of stairs to the first floor, which should have been the fourth. The pursuer grew louder as Kay arrived at the audio-visual room, and so decided to lose them by making random twists and turns in every direction he could. He arrived at the emergency exit, but the door was locked, and the key missing from its case. A note left behind specified that it could be found in room 108, so Kay went in search of the classroom. As he arrived at the door, the footsteps were not far behind. There seemed to be no way of shaking them. Kay entered the darkened classroom and shut the door. His heart sunk as he saw the many hiding places the key could have. In the bags hanging on the
Not
backs of
be
the
mad
chairs,
at
the
me.
teacher's desk, the drawers all
I'm
around
not.
the room, the lockers at the back.
You know now.
It would be near impossible
Honest
to find
mistake.
it before he himself was caught. Kay tried in vain, but no matter where he looked, the key was not there. At that moment, a loud
Thanks,
banging
good
rang
boy.
out at the door. Kay stood motionless and tense, sure it would fly off its hinges with the force pounding against the other side. But as suddenly as it had started, the knocking stopped. It was worse to wait in silence in the dark than in overwhelming noise. Kay decided to open the door, but what he saw stayed with him for the rest of his life. The hallway was filled with the decimated bodies of school children, their
Ugh.
bodies freshly dismembered, still twitching and writhing on the blood-stained floor.
Oh.
Upon witnessing this scene, Kay was drawn to the deepest part of the dream and unable to awaken from the horror within. The only known method of escape is finding the key, but should your time run out, the children will appear and you can never return to the waking world. Kay's real-world body slumbers still, kept in an undisclosed hospital for care. The exact details of how this information was communicated from Kay's subconscious is still unknown.
Akaname. In Japan, there are many monsters, spirits, and demons known as yokai who exist to be mischievous, some mysterious, and others
What is a
somewhat
theme boy?
Akaname are a bit
Look
of
it
all
up.
three. She appears only in the
Google it.
dirtiest of places, as she abhors clean environments. She is deformed, but variations exist with multiple skin tones and colors.
Don't say anything
Even limbs
goth.
are inconsistent among them, featuring different numbers of fingers and toes. They feast off filth, but are
I just said
themselves
Google it.
carriers of germs and disease. So don't rely on them to leave a dirty house spotless. It is wise to avoid them altogether.
It is a boy who like
The
girls.
encounter is recounted during a young
No.
man's trip to Japan from America, often considered to be one of the ultimate holidays that one can take.
Incorrect.
As he stepped off the plane and got into the cab, he found himself blessed with an English-speaking cab driver. Asking where he could find a good hotel, the young man found a taxi driver quite obliging and was taken to a small hotel in the west of Tokyo. Everything was rather quaint but perfectly low-key, except for the small inconvenience of having to go to the outside
I have
toilets
it.
rather than having one in his room. The first few days were fine, full of tourist snaps, visiting restaurants, and just generally taking in the sights and sounds of Tokyo. The young man was having a great time. The third day, after a particularly exhausting trip, he fell into bed and woke up exactly on midnight, freezing and needing to relieve himself. He stumbled out into the cold night air and soon found himself outside the bathroom door. He paused, however, hearing heavy
I have
breathing
the
inside
answer.
and stood waiting his turn. Finally, his bladder became too much to bear. Throwing caution to the wind, he kicked open
yeah?
the door only to be greeted by a disgusting sight. On the floor of the bathroom lay a human figure, but with skin scrubbed to the point it looked like it was red raw.
Ew.
It had a tuft of hair on its head and glowing eyes.
You
Most
have the floor.
terrifyingly,
Let's hear
a long
it.
tongue that scraped over the floor and slurped up grime. The
Yes.
creature licked up
A
every bit of
boy is a
dirt,
boy or
dust,
girl
skin,
who is
and
over
blood,
30.
relishing every last piece.
What?
Frozen in fear and no longer needing to pee, the young man fell backwards.
No,
The monstrosity looked up at him, retracting it.
Bro, just Google it.
Incorrect
Started
again.
hissing to show its sharp teeth. He ran as fast as his legs could carry him all the way back to his room where he sat, staring into the darkness, grasping a heavy vase should the monster come after him. Eventually, morning came. Still catatonic with fear, the young man moved the next day to the other side of Tokyo, where he sat in his new hotel room and only left once or twice for food. He could not wait to get back to America and try to forget the horrors of what lay in wait in the dark outside that fateful night.
The Red Room. At the end
A
of the
wed
school day,
room.
two friends met as the rest of the students left for home. One of the boys began talking about the legend of the Red Room, but the other had no idea about it. According to his friend, some people who were browsing the internet were greeted with a pop-up message, and that those who closed it would die. At first, the boy thought his friend's story was silly. A pop-up that can kill you?
A femboy is a feminine male due to a petite build or dressing in a feminine manner.
Came up empty-handed.
Now whether they view
After checking
themselves
other
as
sites,
female or
suddenly
male is
it appeared.
another discussion,
A blood
but
red
that's
pop-up
the
with
gist.
black text.
Yeah, it's basically just...
Carrot correct.
Tentatively, he decided to close it, and
Yeah.
it went away
It
with
is
no
slang.
Yeah, it basically just means a guy that likes
No.
dressing feminine. Well, I mean, I guess it can be slang, but yeah, it literally
It's
just
what
means
Google say.
yeah, it's literally just a guy that likes to dress quote unquote feminine.
I could have said it.
Or it's like, if you know what a tomboy
I have
is,
seen it before.
if you know what a tomboy is, it's kind of the opposite of that. It's like the male equivalent of a tomboy.
no negative consequences. But soon afterward, it reappeared. He closed it again and again.
My
It would
collage
always
friend
return,
was one.
becoming more of a nuisance than life-threatening. At one point, however, the boy noticed that the text had changed. Now the full message was clear and was read aloud by a warped child's voice. Do you like the Red Room? His confusion turned to intrigue as a list of names began scrolling down the screen, all black text with a red background. He realized that this was a list of all the people who had died as a result of closing the pop-up, and at the bottom was the name of his friend. Fear overwhelmed him, and as soon as he felt a dark presence behind him, it was all too late. His school was greeted with the sad news 2 days later. Both boys had been found dead in their homes, having painted their rooms red with their own blood as part of a warped suicide pact. This creepypasta can be traced back to a Flash video depicting these events that some believe is the inspiration behind the Sasebo slashing in 2004, where an 11-year-old girl slit the throat of a 12-year-old classmate.
Do you know what chaos
When
is?
police found her computer, the very first bookmark
Yeah,
was that of the Red Room.
I suppose so, yeah.
You have the floor, tell.
Teke Teke.
Teke Teke!
The variations on this haunting ghost's name are derived from the sound she makes as she walks on her hands towards her victims.
CHCH.
Teke Teke is often depicted as
Complete
a horrifically
disorder
pale
and
woman
confusion.
with black hair, brandishing a scythe or sharp weapon. But what makes her infamous is that she
You
is
got
missing
it.
the lower half of her body. Her spine and insides can be seen from behind, and long
Like
bloody
Harvick.
bite marks paint her path. She will only let you see her when she has selected you to be her target. And while escape may sound simple, Teke Teke is known to catch up to speeding vehicles in order to catch her prey. And once she has killed you, she will tear you in half and steal your legs for however long they can serve her. Depending on the area you're from in Japan, the legend differs, with some accounts claiming that Teke Teke is sometimes a man, or that her victims become Teke Teke in her stead. However, while there are differences across encounters, all links originate from the death of one woman, Kashima Raiko. Soon after the end of World War II, the American
Sounds
military
like Marshmallow or
stationed several
KP.
locations around Japan.
Yeah, it's Marshmallow.
Including Mororai,
Marshmallow,
Hokkaido,
Marshmallow will come up to me and screech at me when she wants pets.
One soldier
Yes, I
guy
know.
caught sight of a beautiful Japanese office worker.
I knew it.
He followed and then brutally raped her.
Oh, God.
Leaving once he was finished. Distraught and devastated by the incident, she left home that night.
So did I.
Deciding to take her own
Oh
life.
Lord.
She found a bridge that overlooked the train line, figuring that if the fall didn't kill her, the next arrival would. She leapt over the railing, hit the ground, but didn't die. Instead, she laid unconscious halfway across the outside track. When the next train sliced her in half, due to the extreme cold, her blood thinned, and she was unable to bleed out. When she came round and saw the fate that befell her, she tried to crawl away to get help. The train attendant at the next station got a fright when he saw
I know
half
you
a
have
woman
a
drag
sweet
herself
heart
onto the
for
platform,
Peacemaker.
reaching out for him.
Yeah, sure.
Instead of seeking
I like
medical
him.
attention, all the attendant did was cover her in a plastic tarp, keeping her out of sight until she eventually passed away. This woman was Kashima Raiko.
Have you seen the show?
Upon hearing this story,
Not yet,
you
but
will
I
be
do need to watch it.
contacted by Teke, either through a phone call or in a dream. She will pose 2 questions, which you must answer correctly, or else she will select you to die next. She will first ask you, do you need your legs? To which you must answer, I need them right now. Upon hearing that, she will question, who told you my story? And you must answer, Kashima Raiko. As her name, Kashima Raiko, translates to mask, death, demon, ghost, and accident. Be warned, however, just because you have passed the test for now, does not mean she won't be back for you later.
Kisaragi Station. 2chan is a popular Japanese image board frequented by many as a social hub, much like the West's 4chan. Here, many people exchange stories and information regarding a wide variety of topics, but deep in a subject titled Post About Strange Occurrences Around You, someone did just that. It began with an innocent enough observation by the thread's creator that the train she'd been riding for over an hour had not stopped in that time. She was on her way home and worried she'd missed her station, but was sure the train would have stopped at least once by now. The responder suggested asking any attendants or the driver, but the op couldn't find them, nor could she find anyone awake. Hasumi, now making her identity public, saw that they had just left a tunnel and eventually came to stop at Kisaragi Station. She entered the station to find any help, but it appeared unmanned. Nobody had heard of that station before, or where along the line it could be. Realizing it was probably safer back aboard the train, Hasumi turned back, but it had already departed seconds earlier. With no sign of a taxi, Hasumi called her parents, neither of whom knew where Kisaragi Station was, but would try to find out. Hasumi did some research of her own and discovered that the kanji for devil was written with Kisaragi on the sign. Not wanting to wait any longer, she began walking back along the track in hopes she could find somewhere familiar. Any internet search of nearby town information came to dead ends, so she committed to a new plan. Hasumi's father eventually called back and told her they couldn't find the station she was talking about and advised her to call the police, which she did. They heard her story but believed it was a prank and chastised her. The conversation on the thread turned to Hasumi's surroundings, to which she claimed to hear a beating drum and loud bell in the distance behind her through the tunnel. The others advised her to return to Kisaragi Station, but Hasumi refused, stating that she was even too scared to turn around. Moments later, she reported briefly seeing an old one-legged man behind her who shouted, "Hey, don't walk on the track, that's dangerous," before suddenly disappearing. She made a run for it down the tunnel, eventually tripping and breaking a heel. She was bleeding, but mostly unharmed, so finished the trek to the tunnel's exit. Upon exiting the Isanugi tunnel, she came across a man waiting along the tracks who appeared friendly enough, even flagging down a train for them both to return to civilization. However, the commenters were highly wary of this strange man and his convenient appearance. Their suspicions were confirmed when he said their destination was in Hina. nowhere
Kenshi
near
is
where
my
they would be
new
heading,
main
which just so
character.
happened to be back towards Kisaragi
Nice.
Station. Soon, he ceased talking to her at all, instead muttering to himself. Asumi relayed to her supporters that the journey had taken them far into the mountains, beyond any realistic return to society.
We can share.
She said that as soon as the train pulled into the station, she'd make a run for it.
Oh
back
Lord,
to Kisaragi,
I gotta
through
go
the tunnel,
again.
as far home as she could.
But if I
Aw.
miss the rest
No
of
one
the
ever saw her
stream,
again.
I'll hit you on Discord.
Alrighty.
Kuna Kuna. Somewhere out in the vast countryside, or open plains near the shore, you may spot a white wisp in the distance, swaying and bending. You'll most likely feel the urge to get a closer look. Don't. That is a Kuna Kuna.
My favorite Japanese yokai is
But if
Yumaibazu.
the legends warn of anything,
Ooh.
it's that catching sight of one is very, very bad. But stray any further towards it, gaze upon its form, and you'll be driven insane.
Oh.
Leave as soon as you can, lest you become another victim of its insidious trap. Most accounts of the Kuna Kuna come from witnesses who saw someone else fall under the effects of the apparition. A father and son on the beach saw something out to sea. When the father looked closer, he warned his boy to run home. When he arrived back, he told his grandfather the story, and the old man took off back to the beach. The father was still standing there, staring, unable to tear away his gaze. So bad was his trance that the grandfather had to knock him out to drag him off the sand. Another story of two brothers on a hillside sightseeing caught a glimpse of something they thought was a sheet fluttering in the breeze or a small cloud. When the older brother looked through his binoculars, he turned white and began muttering to himself, walking zombie-like back home. Both suffered from fits of insanity for the rest of their lives. So if you too spot a Kuna Kuna out in the distance, turn around, walk away, and warn others of its presence. No matter the reason for its being there, the result destroys the minds of all who are curious to discover it.
Futakuchi-onna. The two-mouthed woman is said to have one diminutive mouth on her face, but embedded in the back of her skull, hidden under her long hair, a second, much wider maw can be found, complete with lips, teeth, and tongue. Apparently cursed through some misdeed, the second mouth is ravenous and can continually eat food presented before it. The amount of control it exhibits over the woman it inhabits is limited, but can be expanded by causing great pain to the host and influencing her actions by whispering suggestions or barking orders. It is also able to manipulate the hair on her scalp by twisting it into knots and using them to grasp food and implements for eating. Two conflicting accounts exist to detail the first encounter with Futakuchi-onna. The first centers around a rich man who wanted a wife but was afraid one would cost too much to feed, as he liked to hoard his money. When a young, beautiful woman took interest in him, she claimed that the best thing about her was that she ate very little and therefore he had found a perfect match. Things went well between the couple, except over time the miser noticed that the vast amounts of rice he kept stored were slowly being depleted. He decided to investigate one day, lying to his wife that he was going to work, but discovered the secret she'd been keeping from him this whole time. His wife entered the storeroom and he witnessed the gaping maw on the back of her head feasting greedily on his precious rice. When he confronted her about it, she attempted to kill him, but he escaped and fled to a hideaway for several weeks. After he returned from the mountains, he cautiously went home and found his stores empty and his wife missing. The second tale elaborates on her origins, centered around a husband whose wife died, leaving behind her daughter as well. The father married again, although the stepmother was far more terrible than her predecessor, promptly abusing the daughter in favor of her own. As they could hardly afford much, food was scarce, but the stepmother always fed her own
Sweet
daughter more
and
than her
savory
husband's.
Japanese
After much
screams,
neglect, the
a
father
true
was mourning the loss
delicacy.
of his little girl who finally passed away. Grieved, he spent much time working, drowning those sorrows by maintaining the household. One day he was chopping firewood when his wife walked too close to him. He hit her in the back of the head during a backswing, but surprisingly she didn't die. The wound instead transformed over time into a large gaping mouth that grew its own tongue and teeth. She was overcome with agony every time the mouth didn't feed, and it soon learned to speak. It taunted both her and the husband, to whom it revealed his wife had allowed his daughter to die. Regardless of her beginnings, the two-mouthed woman is certainly someone you want to avoid.
The Cowhead Story. The Cowhead, or Gozu as it is referred to, is an ancient Japanese urban legend that tells of a mysterious creature with the body of a man, but the head of a bovine. However, the legend is incomplete as it was discovered.
Slit-mouth woman, I think you just need to kiss her, not the two-mouth one, the slit-mouth.
So, to keep people safe,
I mean, you can try that at your own risk.
with all documents burned or torn. However, it is rumored that a copy of the story of its origins exists, spread out across the world, separated into many pieces that, if read on their own, may not kill, but will still cause great pain and suffering to any who speak it. An incident involving a bus filled with school children crashing supports the existence of the Cowhead fragments. A teacher on the bus claimed they had found part of a story during their trip through one of the towns of Japan and decided to read it to his restless children. The students pleaded for him to stop, but they reported his eyes rolling back in their sockets and his clear voice turning into wild, deep ramblings, as though he were possessed. By the time he awoke from the incident, the teacher realized that they had crashed into a ditch, the children foaming at the mouths and the driver unconscious at the wheel. A vague detail of the origin story is known, but it is speculated whether or not it is true. The legend speaks of a town suffering over years of famine, their crops spent, and their animals all dead. They were visited by the Gozu, who offered his services, but the townsfolk, overcome with hunger and desperation, tore at the creature, ripping off his flesh and devouring every last piece.
Oh my gosh.
Once he was all gone, the town was plunged into a cursed state. But any details that follow have been lost to time.
The Pale Man. An old man simply living the rest of his days in peace. Tanome walked alone along a path through a field, cane in hand helping him sense anything ahead. He was unable to walk very fast as he was blind, and had been most of his life. Without realizing, several figures leapt towards Tanome, mercilessly lynching the poor man to near death. His money gone, his cane broken, his soul battered. Tanome cursed his blindness, being unable to see his attackers, and shouted, "If only I had eyes on the palm of my hands," before dying. As is part of the cultural belief in Japan, Tanome passed into the afterlife, tormented and enraged, and it was that incredible negative surge of emotion that returned him to the world of the living as the Pale Man. The eyes on his face were gone, now embedded within the palms of his hands, which he uses to stalk the country and towns across Japan in search of those who killed him. But there's a catch to the tale of revenge. Tanome never saw who committed the terrible crime, and so he will slaughter anyone who comes across. Although he has gained the ability to see, he instead became blinded with rage at each and every person along his path. A priest recalled one night that a boy ran into his church, frightened and breathing heavy. He claimed that his friends dared him to walk through the graveyard outside, and on his journey, he encountered an old white man with eyes on his hands, reaching out to him. Knowing the creature was likely only moments behind, the priest hit the boy in the chest near the altar, while he himself took refuge in another room. He could hear the Pale Man searching the convent, his steps pattering on the stone floor. Minutes into the unnerving encounter, the priest heard a strange slurping sound, as though someone were sipping a drink from the cup. It ceased with a satisfied before the sound of the doors creaking open, then slamming shut, echoed through the building. The priest dared not move until daybreak, immediately checking on the boy. When he opened the chest, he was met with the empty flesh and skin of the child, still wearing its clothing, but completely empty within. The Pale Man had sucked out his organs, his blood, and bones.
Oh, like, Perfect Cell? Like that episode, Perfect Cell? That's a disturbing-ass episode.
That's right, and it's just as nasty.
Yeah. The slit-mouth woman.
Sakiyama had hoped to keep the
Kochi
affair secret from
Sakiona.
her noble samurai husband, but once the discovery was made, the warrior burst into a rage. Knowing of her incredible betrayal, he sliced a permanent grin into her face and shouted, "Who will think you are beautiful now?" as she died from the blood loss. The first reported sightings of this Onryo, a damned spirit able to walk amongst and harm those of us in the mortal world, began in 1979. The public became fearful of a so-called monster woman who stalked the Nagasaki prefecture and areas close to where children would congregate. Accounts from survivors and witnesses state that the unusual person would approach her victim and ask them a simple question: "Watashi karei?"
Honestly, she isn't that bad. She just looks like a pale Japanese woman with a slit mouth.
However, as many children did reply yes, she would reveal her scarred face to them before asking, "Even like this?" Answering no results in death, and the deceased often found with a Glasgow smile carved into their own faces. Answering yes means you will be left alone until you return home, that is, where she will inevitably finish the job she started. Attempting to flee will result in failure, as the slit-mouthed woman can appear from anywhere and confront you again, intent on bringing about your death. The only known method of properly countering her focus is to either answer
Smash
her question
hard,
of if she
make a
was
mother
pregnant, even
next.
like this with, so-so, which will confuse her long enough to return to safety. If you have lollies or sweets on you, scattering them around her will also buy you that time, as she is distracted by grabbing the candy. Sightings of her continued
Ooh,
into
piece
the
of
early
candy.
2000s, with her adopting a surgical face mask to hide the cuts, but has since dialed down significantly. Perhaps her jealousy and angry spirit has finally left us, or with how protective society is of its children nowadays. Seeing the slit-mouthed woman becomes harder by the second, unable to draw her out. Chances are, however, that she is simply in wait for the next one to come along.
By the way, the footage that they're showing is from an actual movie called The Slit-Mouthed Woman. I've seen it. It's pretty decent.
The girl from the Gap. Have you ever felt like someone is watching you in your own home? Ever glimpsed a pair of eyes staring at you through the slit of your door or the crack in your wall? Then maybe you've been visited by the girl from the Gap. This yokai stalks its victims in the one place
Thankfully,
they
no.
feel most safe and waits for you to stumble across her.
I
The
think
worst part is
it'd
she
be
could be hiding
creepy
in
if
any
she
narrow
still
space in your
looked like
house.
how
Many
she
who
did
have
when
felt her
she
presence have
died.
duct taped their houses or sealed every hole and slit with filler in order to avoid meeting her up close. But even precautions this drastic won't keep you entirely safe. Any small gap will do, so leaving your door slightly ajar will allow her to appear, even the opening at the foot of your bed, where she has been known to lurk and snatch at any body part dangling over the edge. Once she has your complete attention, she will ask you to play a game of hide and seek. No matter the response to this request, you are still doomed. Answering yes, she will disappear and most will feel they are
Worn
safe
wet
from
robe
danger.
wielding a
Time
rusty
will pass.
katana
It
she
depends on
drags
the person and
behind
their
using
habits,
her
but
broken
eventually
arm.
she will appear again. Once
Whoa.
you look into her eyes, she will have found you, and she will take you with her to the alternate dimension she came from. Most speculate that this place is in fact hell, but no one has been able to confirm this, as no victim has ever returned.
Oh, that is creepy.
The elevator ritual. Originating from Japanese and Korean culture, the elevator ritual is a solitary event. It must be performed only when you are alone, as any interference will prevent you from reaching your intended destination. To prepare, you'll need a building with an elevator that has at least 10 stories. You must also ensure that you study or leave behind a unique detail on the first floor, so it will easily be distinguishable for later. From here, you may begin the ritual. Enter the elevator by yourself, then travel to the 4th floor. From there, head down to the 2nd floor, then the 6th, 2nd again, 10th, and finally the 5th floor. It is here that a woman may enter the lift, signaling the success of the first stage of the ritual. However much she talks or tries to get your attention, you must not acknowledge her existence, as this entity will steal and keep you in another realm if you do. Instead, Press the button for the first floor. If the elevator descends to that floor, leave immediately without looking back or speaking. Should the elevator instead take you back to the 10th floor, it is up to you to decide if you wish to stay within and make the return trip, or else leave and explore the other world. Should you choose the latter, the woman will ask, "Where are you going?" as you walk away, a question to which you mustn't respond. You will be the only person here, and your surroundings will appear identical to the original state. But two clear indicators you have crossed over to a new realm are that lights and possibly electronic devices will no longer work, and a large red cross is visible in the distance. Be quick in your exploration, as exposure to the other world has a disorienting effect, causing you to hallucinate that the elevator is farther than it seems.
Where are you going? I hardly think that's any of your business. Good day, madam.
Lose consciousness and you will wake up at your house, although you must find out whether or not it's really yours, or its alternative version. To return to your world, you must use the same elevator on the same floor. Once safely back inside, repeat the steps you used to travel here in the first place until you reach the 5th floor. Pressing the button for the first floor at this point will cause the lift to begin ascending back to the 10th floor. You must interrupt this journey by pressing any other
Asterisk heavy breathing with gross lip licking sounds. Asterisk where you're going sugar plum.
Before you leave, make sure you see the clear identifiers that your journey has taken you back to the real world.
I need an adult. I need an adult.
Repeat the return ritual again until you know for certain that you have returned to the right realm. Failure at any point will result in the participant's eternal damnation in the other world. This legend took the internet by storm after the disappearance of Elisa Lamb.
You need 6 adults with shotguns.
Traveling to various floors and talking to someone who wasn't there.
Elisa Lamb was not playing the elevator game, just for the record, and honestly, it's disrespectful to try to make up some supernatural paranormal crap that was going on with her.
Hide and go seek, alone. Also known as one-man hide and seek or one-man tag.
Agreed. I still wonder how that woman died.
Set of instructions.
Oh, well, if I can find the video, I can show you somebody actually figured out a way that she probably got up there and died.
That must be followed if you want to initiate the game, as well as end it. Play at your own peril. To begin, you'll need the following items: a stuffable doll with movable limbs, a bag of rice, a sewing needle with crimson thread, a sharp-edged implement, knives, glass, scissors, or the like, a cup of natural salt water, and a hiding spot that has been purified with incense and ofuda, paper tags that are also used during exorcisms. To prepare for the game, remove the stuffing from the doll you have selected and replace it with the rice, which will draw spirits inside. Cut several fingernails, use only your own, and place them inside with the rice. Seal up the spirit with the crimson thread, and tie the doll with the rest of the string. Next, fill a bathtub with water, and then put your cup of salt water in the hiding place. To initiate the ritual, first give your doll a name. Anything but your own. This will give you definitive control over it for when the time comes. At 3 a.m., speak to the doll that you are the first it 3 times. Take the doll to the bathroom and submerge it in the tub. Turn off all the lights in the house. Turn on a TV close by and return to your hiding place. Count to 10 with your eyes closed. Return to the bathroom with your weapon and speak, "I have found you," saying the doll's name, and then stab it without cutting the thread. Say aloud, "You are the next it," in the doll's name as you place it back in its original spot. As soon as you have done this, run back to your hiding place. The game has begun. And once it is started, you must see it through to the end, or else you risk dangerous consequences. Do not leave the house. Keep all lights off. Remain absolutely silent whilst hiding. Ensure the game lasts no longer than 2 hours. Keep all your doors unlocked. so you can escape if required. Ensure you can easily contact friends for assistance, and that anyone you share accommodation with is out for the night. Once you want the game to end, sip half the salt water and keep it in your mouth. If you do not do this before you leave your hiding place, there is a chance you will encounter something else in your house. To find out if it is there, keep an eye on the television for signs of its presence. You will need to take the salt water with you in one form or another to complete the ritual, so do not
Spooky.
spit it out.
Yeah.
Search for the doll, and once you find it, pour and spit the salt water all over the vessel. Declare, "I win," 3 times. And that is the end of the game. Dry and then burn the doll afterwards. And don't forget to dispose of the remains.
And that was it.
Did you enjoy the video? Why not click the bell icon and subscribe to see more content from us at Tats.videos. And now let's see the creators of this video.
Alrighty. Okay, guys, I think that'll about do it for us. Let's see here.
Goodbye, favorite Twitch streamer. That was so much fun.
Well, I'm glad you had fun.
You know, behind, I've always put everything on the game on the Rift, so I'm not...
Oh my god, shut up. Oh, I hate it when videos just automatically play. Okay, I'm gonna raid somebody different today. We're gonna raid Shy Lily. So, yeah. So thanks guys for joining me on another on another Saturday chill stream. I hope you all had fun and enjoyed the videos. I might stream tomorrow, I don't know, but I'll make an announcement if I do. If not, I'll see ya Monday, maybe. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. So, yeah, my, links to my Discord and my YouTube should be on my Twitch page, and let me know if the Discord link isn't working. I'll fix it. And,
what do we say to the person you are raiding?
I don't know. What do you think we should say? Any ideas?
The Saints rules.
No, because we said that last time for... Oh shit, I dropped my phone. For the game we were playing. It had to be something to do with what we were watching.
Oh. What about it? By Han. Horror game.
Oh, come on, Seal. You can come up with something better than that. Let's just say spoopy. How about that?
Winking face.
SP.
Try Darkwood.
No. Did we play Darkwood? Oh, that reminds me. Oh shit, we'll have to do this next Saturday if I remember. Remember when you told me about that Kabila game? How it's actually kind of creepy or whatever? Yeah, there was a video on it. I meant to play that shit. We'll have to watch it next time. Let's just say SPOOPY, spoopy. So, let's see.
Oh ye.
Alright, we'll just say that. So, /RAID. Oh, really? She can't take Raiders at this time. Damn it. Well, shit, so much for that. So what, does she have, do you have to... Well, hell, ain't nobody else live at the moment. I don't know, let's see, who else? Hey, Fillian's live. Does Fillian allow raids?
Fillian.
Did I spell that right? Filian. Yes, I spelled it right. Okay, we can raid them. Alright, so yeah, just go in there, SPOOPY, spoopy. Just say that when we get in there. So I'll see you guys in the next stream. I love you all. Bye.
Where am I? Oh, here we are. Here?